Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant, dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder, and the intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Positioned for construction, our groundbreaking active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facility is set to be the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with anti-malarials as our APIs of focus. Our commitment, addressing the leading causes of maternal and child mortality by local content optimization. Our Shagamu campus is set to become an innovative powerhouse of manufacturing excellence. We believe when people feel better, they do better, and great things follow. This drives our relentless pushing of boundaries. Our ultimate goal, delivering products of the highest standards, affordable and available to all. Our vision, to be the leading healthcare company in Africa, providing world-class products and services, growing stronger with each milestone attained and every barrier broken. And now, our next step in our journey of spreading unlimited wellness, introducing our new range of 8 locally manufactured products. 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 and zinc capsules, high strength, 2-in-1 immune support and antioxidant defense formulation, a premium combination of vitamin C 500 mg and zinc 50 mg. Zinc capsules, 50 mg of zinc formulated to support immune health, improve metabolism, and aid the digestive system. Pyramal tablets and suspension, a triple-strength antimalarial, convenient once-daily dosing, and a pleasantly flavored pediatric formulation. Motel Stop capsules, effective antidiarrheal for decreasing frequency of stooling. Fluconazole capsules, formidable antifungal to combat fungal or yeast infections such as candidiasis. Emzobrex and Emzoperoxicam capsules are 2 non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs to treat mild to moderate inflammatory pain. Para 1000 by 3s, a mini-strip variant of our innovative Para 1000 with enhanced release for rapid relief, comes in smaller size, easy-to-swallow caplets. The wellness of people inspires and energizes our burning passion, powering our undying commitment to making quality healthcare and available to all. As a leader in the pharmaceutical industry, we consider it our responsibility to keep breaking new grounds in innovation, technology, research with global best practices. Our foundation, our people, our culture. Thank you for your unwavering trust for so many years. Be assured of our continued commitment to unlimited wellness. Emzor, feel better, do better.
My name is Omobolanle Adekunle. I'm the CEO of 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮𝐞 Pharmacy. The summation of my panel story is one word like our last year's conference, doing it afraid. Panel shows us that we can do it. We can put in our ethics, we can put in the money part, we can make the money, but we can also do it differently. And also opens our minds up to see what is happening in other climes. What are we doing in our space? What can you add in your space to make a difference? And of course, you must not forget who you are. You are a pharmacist. So that knowledge is important. I will be there at panel 14. Will you?
Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the 2022 Annual Conference and Exhibition. Theme: Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Management in Nigeria. Well, that is. under the distinguished chairmanship of Professor Larry Bale, Chief Executive Officer, Business School, Netherlands. Special guest of honor, Professor Moji Adeyeye, Director General, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. Special guest of honor, Dr. Elijah Mohammed, Registrar, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, CN. Keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon Aidabwa, Managing Director, Sonidus Nigeria Limited. Date, Thursday, the 26th of May, 2022. Venue, Marriot Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time is 9 a.m. prompt. Physical attendance is strictly by invitation. This event will be broadcast live on PharmaStream TV, YouTube, and Facebook channels for all virtual attendees. Announcer, PWDAN Conference Planning Committee.
Good day. My name is Paul Hogan, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Aseni Laborex in sunny Lagos, Nigeria. We have been established as Laborex here since July 2012, when Europharma and CFAO purchased the majority shareholding of Aseni Nigeria Limited, which in turn had been established here since 1998 by myself and our current minority shareholder, Mr. Clarence Young. At that time, we were the importers and distributors for Novartis Pharma Services only, but soon added many more partners after the move into Europharma, including Sanofi, Servier, AstraZeneca, Sandoz, Jamjum, Janssen Cilag, Denk, to name but a few. And now, with a full staff complement of 140 plus dedicated, loyal and hard-working people, we cover the whole federation of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. In 2018, we opened our second depot in Port Harcourt. I'd like to announce that I will retire from the company in June, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Europharma, CFAO, and Toyota Tsusho Corporation, who I've worked closely with in the last 18 months, for their continued support throughout the years, but especially I would like to thank and acclaim all of the Nigerian staff and friends that have been on this incredible journey with me for their loyalty and commitment to the success of the company. I wish them and their families every success in the future, and I'll be watching their progress from afar in Cape Coast in Ghana, where I will hopefully be relaxing with a club beer or two. Enjoy this short video on Aseni Laborex and our wonderful country, Nigeria. God bless. Santé.
Good day everyone, up there in France and across the various subsidiaries of Europharma. My name is Regis Stromer, the recently appointed Managing Director of Aseni Laborex in Nigeria. 18 years career with CFAO across the 3 major divisions and 11 years in various roles as Managing Director. To start with, in response to Paul's opening speech on behalf of our employees, I would like to warmly thank him for handing over a well-established and respected corporate name. Aseni Laborex is indeed unanimously synonymous of integrity, reliability and professionalism. Our mission over here at Aseni Laborex is to impact positively on the life of millions of patients by continuously shaping our business model to achieve so. As you've witnessed through this corporate video, a very energetic, talented and committed team has been developed over the years. We also benefit from a strong portfolio of products and services from the most reputable international healthcare players, and a state-of-the-art infrastructure has been built. Aseni Laborex is without any doubt a leading player in the Nigerian healthcare space. Believe me, believe us, we are here to make a lasting difference. Follow us and support our ambition. Enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Gentlemen, we'll be starting this program in about 5 minutes. So let's prepare to take our seats and as the program starts. Thank you very much. 5 more minutes and we start. 10:30 on the dot. Thank you very much. let's, for those of us sitting after the second row, please let's move forward so that we have minimal disruptions when those held down by traffic arrive. So if you're sitting after the second row, please let's move forward so that when others come in from behind, they just fill in the seats from behind. Thank you very much. All right, let's move forward, please. Whether we are sponsors, whether we are members, whoever we are, let's move forward. Or okay, let's move on at least to the third row. At least to the third row. All right. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the first annual national conference of PWDAN. Am I correct? PWDAN, right? Who will give us the right pronunciation? Why am I asking? There was a discussion earlier today when we were going to start because the announcement said PWDAN. I said, well, what me have been hearing is PWDAN. So I said it's important we know because the example I used was that not too far, where are we? Okay, we're in Jerry. Not too far from here is the headquarters of Lagos State. And we say it's Alausa. But the owners of Lagos State say it's Alausa. So before they give you a name that is not your own, it's better we begin to tell them what it is, and then we all get used to it. So you're welcome to the first annual national conference of PWDAN. And we believe very strongly that we are going to have a very fruitful event, robust deliberations. Last year, we were at Sheraton Hotel for the inauguration. And like you know, they say the mortality and mobility of new businesses and groups is quite high. But we are happy that we are celebrating our first birthday. And we look forward to a much brighter future ahead. I am particularly glad, to be associated with this group because this group represents the future of pharmacy in Nigeria. This group actually brought me out of my early retirement of anchoring programs last year because I had hung my microphone. I said I'm not anchoring again, but with Oga Nemit and Mr. O at the helm of affairs, they had to make me rethink my decision. And here I am again. One of my teachers, the people that taught me this work, was asking me this morning, I hope the alert is loud. I said with a group like PWDAN, it's social capital. We have to keep investing and investing. Imagine when you have a brand like Moxie, who will sell it for you if not PWDAN? So I need to invest so that my returns can be robust and high. So it's always a pleasure to partner with you. But more importantly, I like the vibes I've been getting since yesterday. The leadership of this group have been very, very, very deliberate in the steps they are taking. And it's for a just cause. One of the reasons why we struggle as pharmacists in Nigeria is a perception problem. And sometimes that perception even starts from a sense of self-worth and self-valuation. And so the moment we begin to treat ourselves right, then the world will treat us right. The moment we begin to host conferences that are sane and well organized, then our guests will begin to look at us as serious people. And so when PWDAN started it last year, hosted in Sheraton, housed everybody, all their members in Sheraton, because we need to do that reset, and then, everybody was like, okay, this one too is good. And then this year, we left Sheraton and moved even higher, and then housed everybody again, so that when we begin to think of conference, begin to think of excellence, begin to think of quality. So when you leave here, our minds will begin to automatically redirect from the open market. Because you can't be doing this kind of conference and be trading like an open market person. We now begin to look at our internal businesses, our internal operations, and begin to structure it in the path of excellence. And that is what PWDAN stands for. And I'm, like I said, proud to associate with PWDAN. And I believe very strongly. It may take a little while, but then the message is sinking home, and it's getting there. You know, we started this campaign about 14 years ago. I'm very proud to also associate with the lady pharmacist, the head of the planning committee is here, Dr. Monica. Their forthcoming conference to Radisson Blu. Let's begin to raise the profile of pharmacy, so that when people hear pharmacy, they know that they need to buckle up to be able to engage, you know, this kind of organizations. So, on that note, I say again, welcome. The program will be run in a very business-like manner. I know a number of us have come from all over the country. We are happy to see our business colleagues. We are happy to see our friends and colleagues, you know. And so we are going to run it in a business-like manner. There will be a tea break after the keynote session where we can continue our conviviality and all, and then we move into the panel sessions. I'll start by recognizing a few people now, and then probably in much more detail later down the line. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to this meeting the chairman of the occasion, my boss, my teacher, my mentor. I know he wants me to stop now, so I'll stop. Join me in welcoming Professor. The name here is the name you all know, but so that you know that I know him more than you, I usually call his full name. Professor John Olaleri Bale, CEO, Business School, Netherlands. Just stand up for recognition. You know, you're going to be there. Yes, just take a bow so that we can all know. Yes, you'll notice that the cap is synonymous with what the vice president wears and his team. You know, so I'm not painting any political coloration, but men like this. Yeah. So men like this, you know, they say he who has eyes, ears, let him hear what the Spirit is saying. When Nigeria is in trouble and they are looking for problem solvers, you know, they know where to go. So, you're welcome, sir. We don't need to raise money, sir. They will raise to pay you. All right, so let's appreciate him once again, the chairman of the occasion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker for today is a man of many parts. I will go into a detailed introduction later when I introduce him as the keynote, when he comes to give his keynote address. But suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, he is the Managing Director, Chief Research Officer, Sonidis Nigeria, a man doing very, very amazing things very quietly. Dr. Solomon Aigwabua. Please stand up for recognition. You're welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would also be introducing one of our special guests. She is the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Moji Adeyeye. She's unavoidably absent, but she is being represented by no less a personality, a big sister, a friend of the house, one of those we are proud to say works with NAFDAC because she is solution-oriented. When you approach her in NAFDAC, she builds solutions and not bureaucracies. Join me welcoming Dr. Monica Imojeze, Director, R&R NAFDAC. You're welcome. We really love you, and we are happy you're here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, today, one of the major conflicts, not conflicts, some of the issues we have with the I won't say attendance of this, but there's another program going on at about the same time, and that's a retreat organized by NAFAM. And so some organizations have had to split their leadership in different ways so that at least they are represented on all fronts. The next person who I'm to introduce is the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council. He will not be with us here today because he is representing the council at the NAFAM retreat. However, he is represented by no less a personality, by the incoming registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Join me welcoming our brother and our friend pharmacist, Ibrahim Baba Ahmed. Ibrahim Baba Shehu Ahmed. Let's appreciate him properly. You're welcome, sir. We are happy, we are proud, we are joyous that you are the next registrar. And we know that, will I say the reward for good work is more work. In the last few years, the council has done a lot of good work. Okay? The expectations are high, but the Lord is your strength. Let's appreciate him once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll be introducing again one of our panelists, a senior colleague, a friend of the house, a partner in the industrial pharmacy space, in the retail pharmacy space. Join me in welcoming Chairman Net Pharmacy, Pharmacist Chris 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Last but by no means the least is the person I'm introducing next. That Moxie is in the market. Funny enough, has a little root to him he does not know. As a little boy in pharmacy school, our set was actually the ones that started the COS program, IT thing. So I was quite active in PANS. So I just looked at my contact list and I went to meet the GMD of Reels, Pharmaceutical at the time, to say, look, they said we should come and do ITU. I want to do in Reels. He said, no problem. Come and see me. So I got to his office, and then I got there, and then he just picked the buzzer and then called a young man then, who was area manager for Lagos, and said, hey, Patrick, come. This boy, they said, come and do IT. Whatever you have to do, just give him to go and do. And then that man picked me up as a student. And then when I finished NYSC and I was still chilling, enjoying myself, he called me out of the blues and said, what are you doing? I said, are you serious? Come and see me. And then I joined Pfizer. And that little boy is who I am today. And that man is pharmacist Patrick Ikeja, now Managing Director, Chief Executive, May and Baker PLC. You're welcome, sir. My relationship with him started far back as my PANS days. And see what the Lord has done. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll be inviting the host. Even is also a panelist, but then the chief host for today. Join me in welcoming a man that personifies excellence. You know, when we call him the doyen of wholesale, modern wholesale in Nigeria. When the market was the market, he was one of the few, if any at all, before him that chose to go outside the market and build what has now evolved as modern wholesale in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming, with a round of applause, the chairman of PWDAN, pharmacist Ernest Okafor, Managing Director, Marriot Pharmaceuticals. You're welcome, sir. We thank you for holding the torch and leading the way. You know, like a sage said, do not go where the path may lead, but go where there is no path and leave a trail, which is exactly what you have done for the industry. We're proud of you, and we are extra proud that people have looked at what you have done and are building on it, and all of a sudden, all over Nigeria, we are having wholesale businesses that we are proud of. Thank you very much, and thank you, PWDAN. Let's appreciate ourselves. Let me also recognize the presence of the Assistant Director, Pharmacovigilance and Post-Marketing Surveillance Department in NAFDAC, Pharmacist Nadabo Nathan. Please stand up for recognition, sir. You're welcome. After the welcome addresses, we'll take goodwill messages and then we start. Also in the house, we have the Group Managing Director, Biofem Pharmaceuticals, Pharmacist Femi 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. I believe we have pharmaceuticalized you. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have said as much as I know. Oh, okay. I've said as much as I know. I'll be inviting the welcome address from the Chairman Conference Planning Committee. But before I do that, I must introduce one of our own, a partner, the chairman of the group under which PWDAN belongs. Join me in welcome with a rousing round of applause. National Chairman, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Adewale Oladigbolu. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for us, if we were to invite to read all members of PWDAN are in normal events dignitaries. So if we were to start, we'll be reading the roll call of all members of PWDAN. So I will not do that, but rather invite the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, who is my Oga and my senior brother, Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, as he takes his time to give us a welcome address. Let's appreciate him. He has done a beautiful job. Don't we agree? Let's appreciate him then. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shino. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to warmly welcome everybody to today's event. It gives me great pleasure to read my welcome address for this program. I'm not the protocol type, and I was hoping that somebody would have spoken ahead of me and just laid the protocol, and then I will just come and stand on it. But it looks like since I'm the first person to go on the die, I have to go through the process. So pardon me if I don't flow very well with it. So I want to welcome the chairman of the PWDAN conference for 2020, Professor, I'll borrow from Shino, John Lere Bale. We have to put the name in full now. We had invited the president of the PSN. I don't know if there's any representative of the president of the PSN here. Oh, beautiful. The president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Cyril Osifo, being represented by pharmacist Maden Gafa. Welcome the registrar, the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, who is also being represented at this meeting by pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed. You're welcome, sir. I welcome the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christina Adeyeye, who is also being represented here in this meeting by no one but my sister, Dr. Monica 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐿. I want to welcome the chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. That's our parent body. For some of us, for those of us that don't know, every member of PWDAN actually gets our license from ACPN. So if the man does not give us his ACPN license, we cannot function as PWDAN. I want to welcome you here to this meeting, sir. You're welcome. I welcome members of PWDAN, Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association. I welcome our distinguished guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the PWDAN National Conference 2022. This is the time of the year pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors in Nigeria have chosen to come together along with other stakeholders in the pharma industry to discuss the way forward for pharma distribution in our country, as the theme for this year indicates. Pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria, 𝐃𝐚𝐿𝐴, the way forward. So I welcome all guests and invitees to this historic event. Today's event is structured with, the way the event is structured today is to aggregate fresh resolutions for a way forward for a working and effective supply chain. We have invited the regulators, the manufacturers and importers, wholesalers and distributors, as well as community pharmacists, and everyone present here today has a role to play as far as the supply chain for pharmaceutical is concerned. We have the human resource, we have the new drug distribution guideline, the NDDG, which has been waiting for us to implement. I believe this conference will provide that platform that will help us provide solutions to the supply chain challenges. The Conference Planning Committee took its time to invite the chairman of today's event, Professor Lere Bale, the CEO of the Business School Netherlands, who was there from the very inception when we started these whole meetings. And he has been a massive source of encouragement to what we are doing. Thank you very much, sir, for all your encouragement over the years. Our keynote presentation will be delivered by no other than our own Dr. Solomon Aigbavua, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer and Chief Research Officer, Sonedis Nigeria, with over 20 years experience in the pharma supply chain space with some of the nation's top organizations. He will be sharing his experiences, challenges, solutions, as well as the way forward for pharma supply chain in Nigeria with us today. We also have the special and rare privilege of having with us our apex regulators, that is NAFDAC and PCN, both organizations represented by their top executives. Our amiable Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Christina Adeyeye, who is ably represented here this morning by Dr. Monica Emojeze, as well as the Registrar of the PCN, Dr. Elijah Mohammed, who is also being represented here by no other than pharmacist Ibrahim Baba Shehu. They have both encouraged our membership and supported our main objective of professionalizing pharmaceutical wholesaling and distribution, which will provide a link for tracing of product through the chain. The benefit of this process, when attained, will provide a safeguard for the health of Nigerians and offer great economic benefit to the country. They are both special guests of honors as well as panelists for this occasion, and will be sharing their experiences and answering some questions as per the way forward for pharma supply chain in Nigeria. We also have invited our panel speakers from the key layers of the pharma supply chain. We are talking about representative from the manufacturing, who is represented, the manufacturing, that's the PMG Man group, which is ably represented by pharmacist Patrick Aja. We have pharmacist Ernest Okafor, who is representing Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors group. We also have with us pharmacist Chris Ehime, who is going to be representing the retail or the community pharmacist group in this panel discussion. And all of this is to create an environment where we can express ourselves, talk about our challenges, and suggest solutions that can enable the regulators, help the regulated in achieving a better supply chain for all in the industry. Now, these panelists will do justice to the panel discussion titled Systems, Regulators, and the Regulated. In the course of the events, our partners will tell us what they've been up to lately in the pharma space. There will be product / company presentation by Pfizer Specialties. They are some of our premium sponsors, Emzo Pharma, as well as Aseni Laboratories. I want to appreciate the PWDAN Board of Trustees, the executive members, as well as my committed team for the opportunity to work as chairman of the planning committee for this conference. We have all worked tirelessly to put this together. I say a big thank you to our sponsors for believing in the PWDAN vision and objectives and throwing their support behind us, even at very short notice. I kindly implore everyone to visit the exhibition stand, where there will be a lot of networking opportunities with the exhibitors during the coffee break and at various intervals. Finally, I want to thank everyone that has made out the time to be here today, as well as those that are connected virtually. Your presence is highly appreciated. We do not take it for granted. Welcome to PWDAN Conference and Exhibition 2022. God bless you.
I know some things go hard sometimes, but I'll keep on keeping on. Cause to them say nothing good they come easy, oh. But they mean nothing have to give up, oh. Mashe foya, mashe shelo tara tara. I'm a nihe shnike, asim gada lamba, oh. Somebody, cause life is but a journey. Believe say you go succeed on a daily. Believe say you go make it, cause life is but a journey.
For aches, pains, and fever, trust Emzor paracetamol. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
Organizing committee for that beautiful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, next I'll be inviting the chairman of PWDAN to give his welcome remarks. But before he does that, I'd like to announce that outside as you come in, there is a free health check going on, sponsored by the Emzo Group. And this is in honor of one of our departed colleagues, Pharmacist Chido Duaka, who passed away late last year. So it's important that even though we provide health for the country, we should also take care of ourselves. So the Wellness Center is there to take care of our health needs. And then please also visit the EMZO stands and all the exhibitor stands for wonderful packages they have. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome in our midst the chairman of ACPN Lagos State, Pharmacist Lawrence Ekato. Could you please stand up for recognition? Okay, walking for recognition. You're welcome. And also recognize the presence of the national chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ken Onwegbu. Please take a bow. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the chairman, PWDAN, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor, as gives us the welcome remarks. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing a great job, a visionary one for the pharma industry in Nigeria. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shino. Please pardon us, despite the fact that we are running fast. We are still babies wearing pampers. We forgot to do the national anthem because we have here officials of the government. We are not taking it for granted that they are our friends in the house and members of the profession. So can we take the second stanza of the national anthem as our prayer? I don't know if we can be projected, but let us now test to know whether we actually know our country. 1, 2, go. Oh God. Thank you. I thought that when the chairman organizing committee came to stand on the existing protocol, I thought he would have fully established the protocol so that we sit on it. But I need to put some puzzles straight as some of our dignitaries entered. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Ledebale, president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, ably represented by one of our own, treasurer of PSN, Pharmacist Gafar Madei. The special guest of honor, the registrar of the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria. We are lucky that he's sending a delegation of the incoming registrar. So this is, now PWDAN is blessed that he is having his first official outing as a PCN registrar. The representative of DG NAFDAC, another special guest of honor, ably represented by the director of R&R, Dr. Monica Ikeja. You're welcome, ma'am. The National Chairman of ACPN, Pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu. You're welcome, sir. The National Chairman of National Association of Industrial Pharmacists, Pharmacist Ken Onwebu. You're welcome, sir. The ACPN Lagos State Chairman, ACPN Lagos State Chairman, Pharmacist Lawrence Ekato. Please stand up for recognition. The keynote address speaker, our brother, Pharmacist Solomon Agbobra. You're welcome, sir. I also like to welcome our panelists. In due course, we are going to recognize them. They've already been mentioned. Captains of the industry, here being championed and represented by pharmacists, pharmacist Femi Shoremeko. You need to stand up, Biofilm Pharmaceuticals. We have adopted you because you can't hide again. The BOT members and members of PWDAN, we welcome you to our conference. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, and on behalf of the membership of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, welcome our distinguished guests and invitees to the first annual national conference of our association. It is quite notable to remark that PWDAN was inaugurated exactly a year ago with a focus to engineer professionalism within the so much desired pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. This, we believe, when fully established and executed, will assist in the fight against substandard and falsified pharmaceutical products while serving as a template for other engagements within the health sector. Distinguished guests, permit me here to offer congratulations to our foremost regulators, Professor Moji Adeye, DG NAFDAC, and Dr. Elijah Mohammed, Registrar PCN, here ably represented by their captains. For the joint attainment of the maturity level 3 certification by WHO Regulatory System Strengthening Team. PWDAN as a body will continue to collaborate and offer our best partnership to ensure standard operating procedures are domesticated in our practices while conforming to self-regulation among our membership. It is pertinent to note that our assessment of the performance of our association in the past 1 year has resulted in today's event with the theme, Pharmaceutical Supply Chain in Nigeria, Who Varies. Issues pertaining to the future of access to quality medicine in the country has been on the front burner. The West African College of Pharmacists at their last conference held last week discussed about medicine security. NAFDAC also last week held stakeholders meeting on the need for sustained integrity of registered products post-registration. Today, we are going to have an in-depth discussion bordering these and many more. On the panel discussion are erudite personalities who in their respective positions hold respectable standing in the society and have been brought together as a team to profile workable solutions to the checkered history of drug distribution in Nigeria. I welcome the chairman of today's occasion, Professor Lere Bale, the provost and CEO, Business School Netherlands, Lagos, and the keynote address speaker, Dr. Solomon Agbabon, Managing Director and Chief Research Officer, Sonedis Nigeria Limited. I also welcome on the panel the Chief Regulatory Officers here represented, the representatives of the stakeholders in the supply chain, comprising of the manufacturers, importers, mega distributors, wholesalers and distributors, retailers, to offer their best thoughts on today's topic. I recognize our partners and appreciate them for their different levels of sponsorship given to this program. I also recognize members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm and request they inform the well-shared opinions in their reporting. Our hope is that the resolutions at the end of this panel discussion, and with great commitment from all, including the government, will pioneer a new direction for an effective distribution system and a contribution to the healthcare goals in Nigeria. I once again welcome you to this event, which promises to be insightful. We also recognize those that are attending this conference virtually. This conference is being beamed via Zoom, YouTube, and so on. Thank you, and God bless.
Good day. My name is Paul Hogan, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 Laborex in sunny Lagos, Nigeria. We have been established as Laborex here since July 2012, when Europharma and CFAO purchased the majority shareholding of 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Nigeria Limited, which in turn had been established here since 1998 by myself and our current minority shareholder, Mr. Clarence Young. At that time, we were the importers and distributors for Novartis Pharma Services only, but soon added many more partners after the move into Europharma, including Sanofi, Servier, AstraZeneca, Sandoz, Jamjum, Janssen Cilag, Denk, to name but a few. And now, with a full staff complement of 140 plus dedicated, loyal and hard-working people, we cover the whole federation of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. In 2018, we opened our second depot in Port Harcourt. I'd like to announce that I will retire from the company in June, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Europharma, CFAO, and Toyota Tsusho Corporation, who I've worked closely with in the last 18 months, for their continued support throughout the years. But especially, I would like to thank and acclaim all of the Nigerian staff and friends that have been on this incredible journey with me for their loyalty and commitment to the success of the company. I wish them and their families every success in the future, and I'll be watching their progress from afar in Cape Coast in Ghana, where I will hopefully be relaxing with a club beer or two. Enjoy this short video on 𝐶𝐚𝐿 Laborex and our wonderful country, Nigeria. God bless. Santé.
Thank you very much. Now we'll be taking, thank you very much, Chairman PWDAN, for that warm welcome remarks. Having set the tone with all the welcome messages, we will now begin to take goodwill messages, messages of love from our partners, our regulators, and other associations. And we'll be starting with the President of the PSN, Professor Cyril Lucifo, ably represented by our National Treasurer, one of us, pharmacist Gafar Madei. A round of applause for him as he comes to give the goodwill message on behalf of the PSN President.
Good morning. The chairman of the occasion, chairman of PWDAN, and other important guests present here today. I'm here representing the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Cyril Lucifo. He's here, but he could not be here due to unavoidable circumstance because he is attending another program organized by Academy of Pharmacy. They're having a retreat starting today, and is playing a very important role there. So that is why he asked me this morning that I should represent him. And he is sending his goodwill. He recognizes that PWDAN is a child of necessity, is a prayer group that was created out of the need to perfect the imperfections in the distribution chain. And as the title of the, as the keynote, the theme of the conference states, pharmaceutical distribution in Nigeria, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐽. Where are we going? I believe that we are going, in the direction of perfecting the system. And I believe that the discussion today will give us, inputs on how do we strategize to achieve our goal. Because I believe it is the, desire of everybody here and all pharmacists in Nigeria, to have, a workable, a perfect distribution chain in Nigeria. So, at this point, I would like to congratulate PWDAN for making this event possible, and I believe that when the communique of this meeting is being drawn, that they will ensure that all the recommendations, are implemented by the necessary stakeholders that are to implement them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next, I'll be inviting the DG of NAFDAC to give a goodwill message. But before that, I'd like to recognize the presence of the CEO, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, pharmacist Yinka Subara. Please stand up for recognition, sir. You're welcome. One of our key sponsors for today's occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, CEO Lefast Pharmaceuticals, pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. Please stand up for recognition. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the DG NAFDAC, ably represented by our own Dr. Monica Emunjeze, Director, R&R NAFDAC. Let's appreciate her once again. She's always a delight to listen to.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Larry Bale, Chairman, Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors of Nigeria. Please, let me stand on the existing protocol before I make a very, very serious gaffe. All captains of industry, delegates to this conference, you're all duly recognized. On behalf of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christiana Mojisola Adeye, let me extend the congratulations of the agency to the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria on this, their first conference, holding in Lagos with the theme, Pharmaceutical Supply Chain in Nigeria, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐽. A secure supply chain is a global imperative which contributes to ensuring access to quality, safe, and effective pharmaceuticals. NAFDAC, together with the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, has attained maturity level 3, which means that you have a stable, well-functioning, integrated system for the regulation of medicines and imported vaccines. With that background, we in NAFDAC remain committed to the execution of our mandate and stand side by side with your association to achieve your objective and ensure access to quality, safe, and effective medicines within Nigeria. Thank you very much and wish you a very successful conference.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Before I call the next dignitary to give us a goodwill message, I'd like to recognize the presence of the GM Sales and Marketing of Chief Pharmaceuticals, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. Could you please stand up for recognition? You're welcome, madam. I would also like to welcome the Managing Director, Chief Executive of GSK Pharmaceuticals, Pharmacist Kunle Oyelano, represented by the Sales Director, Pharmacist Wale Fagbala. Could you please stand up for recognition? You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next goodwill message will be coming from the regulator of the practice of pharmacy in Nigeria, Dr. Elijah Mohammed, ably represented by the incoming registrar, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashiru Ahmed. You're welcome, sir. You know, for most of these people, most of us just know one name, two names, but when you know four names, you know you're a family member. Once again, a round of applause for him as it comes up. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman of today's occasion, our own Professor Larry Bale. Even in PCN is a household name. We appreciate you, sir. Like the DG in NAFDAC, I also want to recognize the conveners, the chairman of this group, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor, and then the PSN president. On that, I want to appeal that I will stand on the existing protocol. I want to bring apologies of the registrar, who, though is in Lagos, we came in together yesterday, is also participating in the retreat. And let me also inform us that PCN is providing secretariat for that retreat. You know, we have our newly commissioned Lagos Zonal Office complex. It's a beautiful complex, and we are hosting it there. So registrar needs to be there as the chief host. Please kindly take his apology. For PCN, we want to commend pharmaceutical wholesalers for this. It clearly shows that this is a group of professionals that are out for excellence. What one would expect in a gathering like this is what comes into the bank account for a businessman. But here we are, we have a group of people who are in business, but who are concerned on ethical way of doing that business, fixing the supply chain. PCN is proud to be associated with this. It shows that this group comes together not only to do business, but to ensure that the business is done the way it's supposed to be done. We appreciate this. Let me also state the fact that the issue of the NDDG, which has been mentioned, which we see as a solution to our problem, is stakeholders designed platform or outfit to solve the problem. It was a program that, it was a policy that was developed in collaboration with strong input and buy-in. In fact, ownership, if I can put it that way, of the stakeholders. We are here to ensure that that succeeds. We, at our own level, have also been doing everything possible to ensure that that comes to stay. The biggest challenge remains the market. Perhaps when we go into the discussions, we'll get to know what we are doing. And I want to assure us that there is no going back in ensuring that we actualize the NDDG. Very soon, hopefully, before the end of this year, the Kanu CWC Center will be commissioned. Lagos is ongoing. We have challenge. We cannot deny the fact that we have challenge, particularly coming from the Onitsha head bridge because of the factionalization. But good enough, the current governor is on our side, and we're sure we are going to overcome that. Once we get the markets fixed, I can assure you that the journey to fixing the supply chain will be greatly achieved. I want to congratulate the organizers, and I wish us fruitful deliberations, and also wish and pray that the outcomes, of today's events will also further strengthen what we are doing and will help us to achieve what we are doing even faster. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. That is a bright ray of hope coming from the PCN. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the lectern the chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, as he gives us his goodwill message. After that, we take that of ACPN. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the chairman of today's occasion, Professor Larry Bale, who happens to be the chairman, Board of Trustees of NAIP. Thank you very much, sir, for the privilege of sitting together today once again. Please let me stand on the existing protocol to appreciate our new collaborators, our new friends, PWDAN, ably led by my very good friend, Ernest Okafor. I must say that honestly, what you are doing is very much complementary with what NAIP stands for. And by the time we continue moving like this, I can assure you that the Nigerian patient will be a lot better. We are pushing from the other end, looking at matters that borders on manufacturing, both local and from outside, importation, and all the rest of them. And you are at the same time pushing, making a lot of good noise about supply chain. Honestly, I think that's the best way to go. By the time we all tackle the challenges facing us, I think the Nigerian population will be a lot better. So, and I want to extend our goodwill. You have shown us love since you started by inviting NAIP to all your functions, and we shall continue to reciprocate and be with you and support whatever you are doing. From NAIP, I want to also inform the audience that we are having our 2022 conference next 2 weeks, there about 15th, 16th. And we are inviting as many people here as possible. Of course, we are going to have in the front burner a lot of topical issues. We are going to revisit the Pharma Park we have, the Pharma Park project we have in Ebonyi State. The special purpose vehicle has been put in place, ably led by our Mazi Samu Habonwa, and they have moved in to start actually putting the necessary infrastructure so that almost everything you need in pharmaceutical production will be there in that Ebonyi State. And of course, we have also taken positively the advice of NAFDAC to make sure that whatever we do there, we get the necessary regulatory approval. And I'm not going to also fail to mention the huge estate we have in Ogun State. And we're also at the stage of honestly making sure that almost everybody who invested in that Ogun State gets value for their money and will be able to move in and take possession of their property. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank PWDAN for a beautiful day like this. Congratulations once again, and be rest assured that NAIP will always be there for you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. And so, if the top is sorted, that's importation and production, the pipeline is sorted, which is the supply chain, what of the last mile? Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the national chairman, ACPN, as it gives us the goodwill message on behalf of the association. Pharmacist Adewale Oladigolu. There are some murmurs in some quarters, because we know he's a prince in the Oyo Empire, that this one that the Alafin has, are we expecting a pharmaceutical Alafin? Over to you, sir. A round of applause for him, please.
I've told you several times that the Oyomis were 7 before, now there are 6. They are each asking for a brand new car. If you give me 6 brand new cars, then I'll be the next Alafia for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman of this very important occasion, Professor Larry Bale. Please permit me to adopt the existing protocols. This is a worthy company to keep. Seeing beautiful faces like this, seeing captains of industries, seeing serious-minded people, it is indeed a worthy company to keep. And the Association of Community Pharmacists Nigeria is proud to be associated with this very important event. It syncs with one of our major goals, the one we call the Clean Medicines Initiative, that seek to have well-manufactured drugs, well-distributed medicines, and well-dispensed medicines in our sector. It's so easy for us to underrate the importance of this occasion, thinking that we are after ourselves. But indeed, we are after the health of 200 million Nigerians. We cannot have a good pharmacy practice in Nigeria without a very strong PWDAN, without a very strong supply chain. It is so easy for us to look at those who are doing direct to consumers and prioritize them. But how do we make the medicines available? How do we ensure the medicines are well distributed? So it's on this note that we are proud of what PWDAN is doing, and we continue to support PWDAN in all their aspirations. So please accept our congratulations, Chairman of PWDAN. Accept our congratulations, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee. This is a rare package event. It's packaged by serious-minded people for serious purpose. And we do hope that those purposes will be achieved. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Coming up my panel story would be rewarding and growth. It's been a very fantastic journey. Each of the sessions of the panel. Sessions are not just business sessions. We also have sessions where we go home every time with up-to-date information on clinical updates. It also helped me to think outside the box. I think that session finally launched our flavoring service. We are the first and only pharmacy right now offering flavoring services for children in Nigeria. This year, panel 14, the theme is relentless. So, will you be there? I will be there.
Now to take the opening address by the chairman of today's occasion. He doesn't want to start another PhD thesis. Ladies and gentlemen, the round of applause. Join me in welcoming Professor Larry Bale, an erudite scholar, a seasoned professional, industrial pharmacist, academic pharmacist, community pharmacist, all wrapped in one, and he also worked in industry a bit. Let's appreciate Professor Larry Bale as gives us the chairman's opening remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, eminent personalities here. As you are all aware, Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy is organizing a program for today and tomorrow. We apologize to PWDAN. It was meant for last week, but for many logistic reasons, it was postponed by 1 week. And so today happens to be a coincidence with yours. Tomorrow, it will continue till tomorrow. And of course, I will need to leave this place once I'm through with the first session, because I have to be with them. I'm the secretary, I'm one of the key organizers for this retreat, and we apologize once again. Let me start with the major protocol. The president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, ably represented, the special guests, like the registrar of PCN, ably represented by the incoming registrar, the DG NAFDAC, ably represented by my mentor and strategist, Dr. Monica Emujezi, my chairman for ECPN, for which I serve on the board of the trustee of the Transgeneration Pharmacy of ECPN as well, Prince and King to be, Wale Oladigbolu, by the grace of God. The Nahib chairman, my chairman, Uncle Ken. The president of Narufam, I think also here as Femi Shuremekun. The keynote address speaker, Dr. Sulu, my mentor in the academics, a great PhD holder, one who came to my rescue when I was serving with Pfizer and we had problem with distribution. The captains of the industry, and I will recognize especially very great bosses that I have here. One of them is my 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 of Pfizer. If I mention him first, it's for very obvious reason. My root is in Pfizer. The former MD of Glasgow and today the MD of Group CEO for Pharmaceuticals, Asuni. My childhood friend and colleague in Pfizer, Ikeja, and many other eminent personalities here. It's a great pleasure to be here. Don't let me fill all my presentation with protocol. But it would be unfair for me not to mention few people. Particularly these people have demonstrated great character over the years, great commitment to PWDAN from inception, great level of competence on the issue of distribution, great level of consistency in what they desire to do with PWDAN. And I would like to therefore especially mention the chairman of PWDAN, the chairman board of trustees, Pharmaceutical 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, also the chairman of the planning committee, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, Pharmaceutical 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 or Marriot, and other members of the planning committee, eminent guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are familiar with the concept of marketing, every one of us. If at all we do not know in-depth academic marketing, which is now about 15 P's. But at least we remember the 4 P's of marketing, the basic elementary one that we learn in economics. That a product must exist. That product must have a pricing, the second P. When a product has the right pricing, it must also be promoted for the public to get to know. You can do all these 3 things well. And I think we did this well. We had the best of product in 1997. We had the best of product in Zoloft, Zitomas, Daplucan, Novask. I was an acting country manager in 97, 98 for Pfizer. We had the best of pricing. Our products were not necessarily priced like generics, but they had the best pricing for the upper class. We had the best promotion. Our product was in high demand everywhere. But we had a problem with distribution. And for that reason, as we organize this pioneer or this premier conference, annual conference, it's a great joy that you are addressing the most important aspect of marketing mix, which is distribution. Now, it is generally assumed that once a product is popular, is good, it will be available. No, it's not. In fact, the most important chain for the pharmaceutical industry is distribution. I'm not the keynote speaker. In fact, if I'm given a chance to be the keynote speaker, I wouldn't have been able to know where to speak from or what to say. I would naturally have had cause to go to Dr. Sulu and say, what should I write? And then he will give me the key points. Because it has always been there. And so in 1997, 98, we ran into the problem of distribution. And it was actually the one we met. MDS came to our aid. They produced a site for us, and it was there then not as MD, but the second calabash, or what we normally say, it was the one who actually stepped into the role of Hakim. Ogunero was the MD. And as soon as we got distribution right, I can tell you our annual sales moved from, within 1 year, it moved up 3 times. And so when we talk of distribution, the concept of distribution will not be complete without the community pharmacists as well playing some role. And it's a great joy that you have brought together people from the various arms, from the industry, from community pharmacy, and I also hope the hospital pharmacists will need to be brought in because they are part and parcel of the distribution chain. And at times they make specific decisions that are based on simple elementary on proven economics. There are times hospital pharmacies buy products on the basis of the cheapest. But NAFDAC knows that the cheapest product may not necessarily be of quality. So the hospital pharmacist will need to therefore weigh choices, particularly when it comes to tender. Pricing cannot be the primary determining factor. So there must be many other factors. It's a great joy that I'm part and parcel of history today. That as we have this premier annual conference, your vision is being, you are pursuing your vision. Business School Netherlands happens to host some of the meetings that was held as PWDAN was started last year, May 6, I think. I may not remember the date very well, but it was started May 6. 26 is fantastic. So, by tomorrow it will be exactly 1 year. Today is 26. Oh, all right. Congratulations. Because of the fact that we believe that the future of pharmaceutical business, the success of pharmaceutical business, of pharmaceutical market in Nigeria will be driven more by what we are able to do in the supply chain, in terms of prevention of fake, in terms of getting the product to the last person in the hamlet. The vision of the PWDAN to build integrity in supply chain through collaboration, capacity building, and quality service delivery had been demonstrated today by the invitation of critical stakeholders, particularly from the regulatory, from members of the value chain, supply value chain, including the ACPN, including the NAHIP. And like I did mention, we will need to include hospital pharmacies in the future. The mission is to bring sanity to the pharma supply chain while delivering quality pharmaceutical products to Nigeria populace. My desire, just before I close, is that PWDAN, even though it's called PWDAN and it's for Nigeria, should be to reach out to the French-speaking countries and form a very broad association that makes PWDAN the representative for Nigeria. And then it becomes possible for PWDAN. In the French-speaking countries, they have a very strong group of distributors for all pharmaceutical companies. You key into the distributors in Senegal. That particular, it used to be in Côte d'Ivoire. You key into the one in Côte d'Ivoire, it automatically keys you into all the distributors in all the French-speaking countries. I knew this because I worked for Pfizer in France, in the unit of Pfizer in France that was in charge of French West Africa. And in 1995, when I worked for Pfizer there, I realized that we did not have to be recruiting distributors. They were already there. You just key into the group, and then they will distribute your product. So it should be possible, not because I get PWDAN. I key into PWDAN, I should get all the distributors who are members of PWDAN to distribute my product. So PWDAN, we need to go beyond being an association. You need to develop what I call special purpose vehicle that allows an entry of a company, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals, that is based in Europe and America or outside this country, that does not know anything about distribution in Nigeria. So that special purpose vehicle is what I key into. As I key into it, that special purpose vehicle distributes to all the members of PWDAN. And that special purpose vehicle retains maybe something like 5% of the value just to run the association itself. It's an idea that I feel it's important for you to meet your mission. 2, if we join with the other French-speaking countries, or you join with the other Anglophone countries, it becomes possible for a company in Europe and America to key into you and to use you as a launchpad to spread to the rest of Africa. For Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa, and it represents almost 20% of the entire population of blacks in the world. So we should take a we should take a leading role in providing leadership in this area. Your tagline is to ensure pharmaceutical supply chain integrity at a period when the delegates of political parties are not even demonstrating integrity. And they are collecting money from every single potential candidate. To have an association come up strongly to use integrity to drive their growth, to drive their vision and their mission. is just a reflection of the quality of the leadership for PWDAN. I would like to therefore close by saying, sir, that the leadership of PWDAN, please continue to inspire the rest of us in this audience through consistency of your character, commitment, and competence in distribution. As we eventually invite my mentor and the #1 pharmaceutical guru today in Nigeria when it comes to supply chain, you have taken the very best of the best. And if we really understand the profile of Solo, because he happens to be a member of pharmacy, PSN, we do not value him. But his specialization, his degree, puts him as one of the very few in Africa who is a pharmacist and who happens to be a specialist in supply chain. I would like to say welcome, and you are welcome for this program as well. God bless you. Let me make my final comments. Yes, come. I know this gentleman is surprised. He expects me to be delivering lecture for 8 hours for this keynote, for this chairmanship address, and I've shocked him again. I shocked him a few weeks ago in this same platform when I spoke as a presenter. Olodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Professor Larry Bale. You know, as a child, no matter how old you grow, you are still your father's child. So, be big man, anything. Once someone loses his father, he will still prostrate and say, Daddy. So, we are still growing. I tried to do a quick self-appraisal. Because that was part of the thing they taught us in Pfizer, self-assessment and everything. And I'm sure you will all agree with me that I am making progress. The shirt I'm wearing is close to what he's wearing. The black shoe, he's always shining, he's getting bling bling. My own doesn't have. I did not get the memo for white trouser. So, I'm still learning. This is the pass mark, sir. And then the cap, I'll get there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him once again and prepare for the next presentation from Pfizer. Over to you.
Good day everyone up there in France and across the various subsidiaries of 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷. My name is 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮𝐞, the recently appointed Managing Director of 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 in Nigeria. 18 years career with CFAO across the 3 major divisions and 11 years in various roles as Managing Director. To start with, in response to Paul's opening speech on behalf of our employees, I would like to warmly thank him for handing over a well-established and respected corporate name. 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 is indeed unanimously synonymous of integrity, reliability, and professionalism. Our mission over here at 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 is to impact positively on the life of millions of patients by continuously shaping our business model to achieve so. As you've witnessed through this corporate video, a very energetic, talented, and committed team has been developed over the years. We also benefit from a strong portfolio of products and services from the most reputable international healthcare players, and a state-of-the-art infrastructure has been built. 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 is without any doubt a leading player in the Nigerian healthcare space. Believe me, believe us, we are here to make a lasting difference. Follow us and support our ambition. Enjoy the rest of the presentation.
It's a pleasure to be here today. Akombi Ayanride is my name. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols while we talk through this unique product we're here to share with the eminent personalities in this gathering. I want to appreciate the presence of the country manager of Pfizer, Pharmacy Solayinka Suber, and I also want to thank Professor Larry Bale for a good legacy he has built working in Pfizer. We are doing our best to live up to the reputation that has been laid. In his presentation, he talked about distribution and also first making the product available. Today, I'll be talking about one of what we are doing to make such products available in Nigeria. But first, we'll talk about why we have to consider that. This slide talks about the unmet need for atrial fibrillation in Nigeria. Recent studies shows that Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest burden of stroke in adults over 20 years of age, and this data translates to about 174,000 cases mortality on an annual basis. Now, atrial fibrillation is an arrhythmia responsible for 1/3 of all hospitalizations, and nearly 1 in 4 people above the age of 55 will go on to develop atrial fibrillation, 24% in men, 22% in women. It can be valvular, affecting the heart valves, or non-valvular. And today, we want to share with you some interesting information of what we have that prevents stroke in these patients that have non-valvular atrial fibrillation. We've also seen beforehand that the standard of care, warfarin, which is an anticoagulant, has been used for a long time, but then direct-acting oral anticoagulants have shown a lot of benefits in improving the care of these patients in terms of their faster onset of action and less interaction. So we also see that in those patients who have atrial fibrillation, they have a risk of stroke.
Move it left and right.
They have a risk of stroke as much as 5 times more than the normal population. And we all know the impact, the socioeconomic impact of stroke on the individual and also on the economy, even the family members. It can be quite debilitating. This stroke, there is a scoring assessment that can be used. This is called the CHAS-VAS score, and it looks at a number of factors. For example, age above 75, which carries 2 points. Diabetes mellitus, 1 point. Sex, either male or female, 1 point. Congestive heart failure, hypertension, and this is used to assess the risk. And people with a male with a risk of 2 and above ideally should be considered for stroke prevention. And females with a stroke risk of 3 and above should also be considered for a oral anticoagulant. Sorry. My slide changer is not, okay, thank you. So why, now that we've talked about the risk of stroke, we also want to say why Eliquis. Eliquis has a significant efficacy where it's able to not only address stroke and systemic embolism and reduce by 21% the risk reduction versus the standard of care, which is warfarin. It's also safer by reducing by 31% the risk reduction rate of all-cause major bleeding, either intracranial bleeding or gastrointestinal bleeding. It also showed a significant effect on all-cause mortality, reducing that by 11%. And that was one of the reasons we felt having this treatment option as an option in Nigeria is going to go a long way to improve this quality of care. It's not only indicated for stroke prevention. It's used for other conditions such as deep vein thrombosis, pulmonary embolism, or even for prophylaxis of DVT in patients who have undergone a hip or a knee replacement surgery. In terms of administration, it's very, very easy to administer with 1 tablet in the morning, 1 at night at the 5 milligrams dose. For those who have renal impairment or age above 80 or a low body weight, they can use the 2.5 milligrams, which is also given once in the morning and 1 tablet at night. Sorry, please. So, in rounding up, I mentioned that it's easy to initiate this product, Eliquis, and it's easy to switch if a patient is on another oral anticoagulant. All you have to do is check the patient response and commence the next starting dose. For patients who have renal insufficiencies, Eliquis offers an easy treatment option. The 2.5 milligram dose is only for when renal insufficiency between 15 and 30 mL per min renal clearance. But for every other dose range, the 5 milligram dose. So it's very easy to use and not very complicated. If we get a request from the clinician, we as pharmacists can easily tell them, no, this is what to take or not what to use. In terms of precautions, it's not recommended, I need to call this out, it's not recommended for use in combination with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs or even in patients who have hypersensitivity to the active ingredient. Well, I'm sure the clinicians will have done this bit. So to round up, we want to call out the key points of why we are calling on the support of the pharmaceutical wholesalers to make sure that this product, Eliquis, is available and accessible for patients in Nigeria. One, it offers a superior stroke protection and a superior bleeding profile over the standard of care, which is warfarin. It does not significantly increase major gastrointestinal bleeding while still retaining the efficacy. It benefits a broad range of patients who have non-valvular atrial fibrillation, including those with normal renal clearance or even those with moderate to severe renal insufficiencies. It also provides a stable coverage with a twice-daily dosing. And lastly, it significantly reduces all-cause mortality in patients compared to the standard of care, which is warfarin. So in rounding up, I want to thank you for your attention, and I want to use this opportunity to call on the chairman of the occasion, Professor Lee Bale.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Pfizer for this great support and the very insightful presentation. Now we'll be doing, my understanding is that this is the first public presentation of the brand Eliquis in Nigeria. And they have seized this noble platform as the best place to introduce it to the supply chain in Nigeria. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be inviting a few of us to help officially present it to the public. And this would include the CEO, Pfizer, Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, please come to the stage. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Larry Bale, please join us here. The chairman of PWDAN, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor, please join us. Dr. Monica Imujeze, please join us here. The representative of the registrar, the incoming registrar, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babasheu, please join us. Representing the different areas of practice, Professor Bale said that we should ensure that we carry the hospital pharmacy sector along. They're actually represented in this meeting. And in this presentation, they'll be represented by the director and head of pharmacy of the National Orthopedic Hospital, Pharmacist Fumi Faboyo. Please join us on the stage here. ACPN National Chairman, join us, and then NAIP National Chairman, just to show the world that Eliquis is in Nigeria. Please come on the stage, please. A round of applause for them as they come up. And then the Pfizer pharmacist, please join them as the unveiling or the presentation is done.
So let's spread. Let there be one or two. You can come here, okay? Okay, fine. Yes, you can come here. Yeah. No problem. All right. What did you say? Okay, each one of us you hold. Okay. Thank you. Okay. It's nice to note that the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, if you want to say I spoke with bias, of course, for very obvious reason, 25 years of my life was spent with Pfizer. So, and I launched several products. So, it's a great joy to have the biggest pharmaceutical company, the one that woke up dead horses using Viagra, the first company to come up with the first antibiotic that can be taken just once daily, in vibramycin is Zithromax as well. The first company to come up with antibiotic that is used for 3 days, but has tissue half-life for up to 7 days, Zithromax. The first company to come up with an antihypertensive that is taken once daily, amlodipine, Novask. The first company that went all the way to buy a whole company just because of Lipitor. And it's a company that has come up with Eliquis today, a product that you can use to manage your cardiovascular challenges associated with stroke or associated with anything that you need to do where you require a thinning of the blood. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish Pfizer the very best, and we wish Eliquis the greater best. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
CEO of 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮𝐞 Pharmacy. The summation of my panel story is one word like our last test conference, doing it afraid. Panel shows us that we can do it. We can put in our ethics, we can put in the money part, we can make the money, but we can also do it differently. And also opens our minds up to see what is happening in other climes. What are we doing in our space? What can you add in your space to make a difference? And of course, you must not forget who you are. You are a pharmacist. So that knowledge is important. I will be there at panel 14. Will you?
For us to listen to the keynote address. But before I do that, I'd like to make a few more recognitions. We have here the Director, Ports Inspection Directorate, Professor Adebayo, ably represented by Deputy Director, Ports Inspection Directorate, Pharmacist Oluyemi Ogunrin. Could you please stand up for recognition, sir? You're welcome, sir. Also, we have here the legal consultant to PWDAN. You know, PWDAN is a registered organization under the Corporate Affairs Commission in Nigeria, and he is legal consultant, barrister pharmacist, Lai Abidoye. Let's appreciate him. He's in the house. Please stand up for recognition. You're welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the course of when I used to be active directing ceremonies and also sitting in audiences, I have learned that the way you listen depends on your understanding of the speaker. And so the moment they tell you that the key speaker is the representative, is sent a representative, your expectation just drops. Okay, you say, read what they told you to come and say, let's go home. You know? And so when your church invites the GO, and GO can't make it, and then they sent assistant GO, your expectation will naturally drop. But in this instance, we have invited him and he has come. But it's important that you know who we have invited. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker for today is a seasoned pharmacist who, even though his birth and life has always been pharmacy, but he has had some checkered experiences outside pharmacy, which makes him very, very competent to speak on today's topic, which is pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. Go over this. I can bet that one or two people in this room are still asking themselves, which one be go over this again? And so, ladies and gentlemen, go over this is, it means in English, where are you going? And so I backtrack. The theme for the conference is pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. Where will they go? And so, our speaker is a graduate of University of Benin, BPharm. He has a master's in pharmaceutical chemistry. He also has an MBA to go with it. He actually started a brief stint in academics before the business world called him higher. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of that, he has gone back to school, and today he has a PhD in operations with specialization in pharmaceutical supply chain from the University of Johannesburg. Ladies and gentlemen, who better can speak to this topic? And I make bold to say he probably is the only one, if not one out of a few, who have such a specified degree when it comes to supply chain management in the pharma space in Nigeria. He had moved from academics and then into UAC, and UAC being a conglomerate, he moved through several subsidiaries from UAC Foods, when Mr. Biggs was Mr. Biggs, and you know that their meat pie. That time, that was the man that was making sure that meat pie was always sweet and hot. And then after that, after he made his mark, he was moved to MDS. And then he made his mark in MDS. And also, having moved through some places, he became a director, non-executive in CAPL. His last stint, if I'm not mistaken, in the UAC group was as the managing director of Livestock Feeds, a publicly quoted company. After that, he moved very briefly to Korea Plus. His heart has always been in logistics. And then, ladies and gentlemen, after x-raying his life and seeing how much he has done for others, he now felt this is the time to do something for himself and the industry. And then he set up Sonadis Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, and there he is the Chief Research Officer. You know, sometimes when you look at the appellations out there and say, everybody's MD, everybody's CEO, what will I call myself? You know, that's why even me, when I said, you know, when you're, my own case, not his own, no. When I look, they'll say, this small boy, how can you be MD? And I'm too small to be MD. I just call myself Project Catalyst. Before you know what it means, I've gone. And so, he is the Chief Research Officer of Sonedis Limited. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a fellow Chartered Institute of Supply Chain Management, Nigeria, fellow Africa Center for Supply Chain Management. Ladies and gentlemen, he's married to a beautiful consultant cardiologist, so you can be rest assured that his heart is at rest. And that beautiful marriage has produced 3 lovely children, 2 girls, 1 boy. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, join me in welcoming Dr. Solomon Aigbaboa as he speaks to the topic of this conference, Pharmaceutical Supply Chain in Nigeria. Where you they go? Let's appreciate him until he gets the mic. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shinon, the catalyst. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As a student in the 80s, I left the university in 1990. The high point of our past used to be if you had the privilege of getting to grace the occasion, the likes of Mazi Ohamua, Larry Bale, Ola Oloke, and of course, Mr. Olaopa Bomi. And so we looked forward to one day being in a position where we can say we are occupying similar positions in our career. And thereafter, I got into the industry, and lo and behold, one of those days, I met a man that is our chairman today. You expect that in the natural course of your career trajectory that he'll be retiring. And so when it looked as if he had retired, he started another curve of his self-development. And today he's a professor and still going stronger and stronger. And so he challenges some of us who have what I would call a soft spot for self-development and knowledge acquisition. And that's the person that is sharing the occasion today, even though our guest speakers or previous speakers have said something about standing on the existing protocol. And I think Alafin of you, that's the nickname we gave him when we were doing our internship. Prince Oladigbolu said, I will adopt the existing protocol. I would say that I will embrace the existing protocol, but just to singularly recognize the chairman for today's question. Let's put our hands together again for Professor Larry Bale. We met so many times, and one of the things I used to come to my mom would come back from meetings with Pfizer would be the man would talk practical and would be talking theories. I used to ask my Solomon, do you think you have knowledge about this industry? And so my going back to do a PhD in supply chain management was, a response to that challenge to acquire more knowledge. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, all the dignitaries that we have on the high table. And like I said earlier on, every one of us, a dignitary, going around the list that we have will be very arduous for us to do this morning. Gentlemen and ladies, it gave me great pleasure to do something here this morning. And when I was looking at how do I go about, presenting, I remember my experience in Unibank in 2014. I was a keynote address speaker for the swearing-in of the new pharmacies, and had prepared some slides. When I got to the stage, there was no power projector. And so I had to do something. So if you see me projecting on the screen, not because I've changed the notes or the format of the keynote address to presenting and teaching you as a student. Prof does a lot of teaching in the business school. I just do some few lectures in the LBS. It's because I want to be able to do what I call a regular vacillation between reading my keynote address and then probably emphasize some key slides that I have here to give us a visual understanding of what I'm talking about. And so it gives me, a great pleasure to be able to do that. And so you see me going up and down. Don't think that I'm restless, but because I want to be able to capture our attention and see what is on the screen while I go ahead with the keynote address. And so I'm happy to have been invited by PWDAN for this great occasion. And of course, the topic is something that resonates with my ambition, with my desire. Last week, I was speaking at the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacies, and one of the things that was focused on was also the issue of supply chain management. And I remember talking about resilient supply chain management in that conference. And so our own focus this morning is on pharmaceutical supply chain management in Nigeria. Go over this. And like Shinon said, What is Quo Vadis? Quo Vadis is a Latin word that means, where are you going? So in essence, in this thing, we are considering and asking ourselves the critical question, where are we going with our former supply chains in Nigeria? And so in approaching this topic, the logical approach I want to take and position I want to take is, before you consider where you are going, you must look at where you are coming from. And that is to look at the structure of our pharma supply chain in Nigeria. The structure is all well known to us, and I looked at what our chairman of PWDAN did last year, and I looked at his address. It focused on the challenges, the history, and all the things that have to do with our supply chain management in Nigeria. So I'm not going to do a very lengthy expose on how our former supply chains are structured, but just to tell us briefly that it's a largely dependent supply chain that takes its origin from importation. In records and from all the articles that we have, it's estimated that on the average, we have about 70% of our medicines in Nigeria imported, while the rest 30% were or are locally produced. But just recently, Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 revealed that figure to say we have now attained 40% level in terms of local production. Why am I saying that? Because if you look at the supply chain management has two dimensions: the outbound segment of it, and the inbound segment of it, and the outbound. And so you can also, change those two words to say we have the upstream and then the downstream. The downstream is what we are talking about, the distribution and the outbound activities that we have in Nigeria. But there's a critical aspect of supply chain management, which is the upstream or the inbound segment that we have largely no full control of what happens in that segment. So the configuration of our supply chain is linked to organizational structure of the country, and as an import-dependent country, what happens in the public sector, what happens in the private sector, is a multiple layer of decision-making points for both our storage, distribution along the supply chain. The public sector, we know them. They go through the various layers of our 3 tiers of government and are mostly managed by ministries of health at the different levels. And of course, we have the primary healthcare center at the end of that chain. The various funding partners, like you said, Global Fund and all the others like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have the Clinton Health Initiative, and other agencies. In different ways, they complement the efforts of our public and private sector. What you find in the private sector is that they are more structured than the public sector, but they comprise of manufacturers, the distributors, where they are available, mega distributors. You have the importers, you have the wholesalers, and of course you have the tail end of the retail chain and pharmacies and PPMVs, and in that chain. So in summary, we have both sectors contributing to what we have, in our supply chain in Nigeria. But comparatively, what I would say is that the supply chains of the private sector are perceived, I'm using the word perceived very, very carefully, to be more efficient and effective and characterized by high level of availability of medicines. But several challenges are still there in the private sector, and they hinder the effectiveness and efficiency of that sector. Number one, you still have high prices. No matter the marketing initiative that you put behind the product, the fact remains that you're going to always have the moral challenge of selling a good product at a high price, versus having to promote a generic brand. Sometimes my wife comes from the hospital and tells me that I've had to take a moral decision of, she gets, to travel around the world at the expense of some pharma industry, but she tells me that they put pressure on her to prescribe their drugs. And she has to put sometimes money down to save a life with just 3,000 naira. Last year, it was 20,000 naira she spent. So how do you, morally speaking, promote as a physician the prescription of a medicine that is costing 20,000 naira versus a generic that is costing 3,000 naira? So we see how, even though effectiveness and efficiencies in the private sector, some challenges that we know are typical of a low-income resource country like we have in Nigeria. And so we have some of those challenges. We also have the product of suboptimal assortment, shortages of manpower, and of course, how do you go to the far end of it? And I'm sure that we know what we have in the country. But brethren and ladies and gentlemen, I want to say something, that despite the challenges that we have in this pharma supply chain in Nigeria, there are still some few things that we need to consider. That unless we overcome those things, number one, we have stockouts, we have product shortages, we have fake and counterfeit drug, we have product expiration, we have corruption, we have poor infrastructure, and then of course we have weak regulatory system. They are strong, but in the weakness, I'm going to talk about that. And then the last point that I have put in bold is disruption. Disruption is an ability, or what we have in supply chain is the ability to respond to the disruption. And if it happens like it did in COVID-19, it tells how resilient your supply chain management structure is in that country. And I tell you, even US had to do a rethink in February 2020 when they found out that 200 pharma companies, about 180 of them were exposed to 68 manufacturers in China. Of course, India, that had outsourced the production of their API, had to do a rethink to say this game would not work again. 70% of their API is coming from China. And so at the very start point, that is the inbound segment of the supply chain, is a critical point that we have issues in Nigeria where even though you may have abilities and the capacity and the systems to manage your stockouts, your fake and counterfeit products. Please go back again to that slide. Let me just help myself. Corruption, poor infrastructure, weak regulatory system. The issue is disruption. How resilient your supply chain system in the country is how are you able to respond to disruption. In supply chain management, that's what we call the resilient triangle that I'm not going to project to us and bore us with some academics. But the issue is, in the resilience triangle, the performance of your supply chain reduces, when you have a disruption. But your recovery time will tell us how resilient it is. So the longer, it is an inverse relationship, the longer your recovery time is, the less resilient your supply chain is. And so where others are recovering from COVID-19 within few months, we are talking about recovering after about 2 years because we don't have control over the origin of the supply chain. And like we know, in the law of human survival, self-preservation is the first key. That is why when you travel, they tell you, when there's a sudden drop in oxygen, what do you do first? You take care of your own before even your baby that is dear to your hand. And so what they had to do, including China that banned about 20 products, SKUs, API, was to tell us that their own security is number one, above even the commercial consideration of exporting, even with a large margin to countries like Nigeria. So I'm going to dwell on 6 things that I consider very critical for us to address as a country. The first one is the political will for local manufacturing. And I just made some emphasis on the inbound segment at the takeoff point of the capacity that we have in supply chain. The starting point and perhaps the most critical factor in growing local pharma manufacturing is political and commitment of our government. Whilst the investment and the driving of the industry will remain the private sector led and, of course, initiative, governments have key roles to play through right policy, number one, and incentives. Just a few years ago, the pharma industry was just waking up from about 5 billion naira worth of debts by the federal government over about 5 years. That shouldn't happen if you are talking about medicine security. Now, the main force that drove the growth of local pharma industry in countries like India, China, Pakistan, Brazil are some things that we must take and learn from. And so the more recent cases of Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Bangladesh show that what can be achieved with the right political environment is very enormous. And so we know what happens with all our APIs coming. And so when you have in this pharma chain that you have on the screen, there are different points, yellow points where you have all those arrows, sources of potential disruption. In our country, whether you get it right or not, in the outbound segment of our supply chain, the truth remains that we have no control over what happens in the inbound segment, the excipients, other chemicals, the API manufacturing. And so no matter what we have attained in terms of 40% local production, we still have even some cellulose, microcrystalline, being imported from outside the country. That is the biggest challenge that we have in getting our supply chains very functional in this country. There is no political will, and I make bold to say that. When we had political will in 2000, 2001, we saw what transformation came into the TECO. And by the way, I spent 1 year as director of regional support in Elton, and I know that in that sector, they had all the mechanisms from coming to the Nigerian market, but 90, and the government incentive was not there for them to break in. By the time OBJ came in and it made the environment conducive for them to come in, you saw that your SIM card first was 16,800 naira by 2000. Right now, how much do you buy a SIM card? And I will tell you, I had a house in Benin. My family was in Benin. In that same 2000, a guy had left the flat that we moved into, and he had a digital line. Remember, we had analog, and we had digital home. I'm talking about phone from 90. And I was telling him, since you cannot wire this phone to where you are going to, can you please just help us? Let us buy this thing. I offered him 100,000 naira. The guy refused, just for the line. And then, of course, a few months later, that line was useless because the government had given the political will and the commitment for that transformation that took place in the telco sector. To the best of my knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, there are two sectors that provide security. Number one is the food or the agri sector, and the number two is the pharma sector. No matter what is going on in other sectors, there is no way that any of them can guarantee safety to the human survival we'll talk about all over the world, not even Nigeria exclusive. So the first point I'm making this afternoon is that our government, we need to have a rejigging of the commitment and the political will towards helping us to attain capacity in local production of our pharma products. The outcome will be strong local pharma industry that will not only secure the inbound segment that is very critical of our pharma supply chain against vulnerabilities that we just saw with the COVID, but also having to grow our economy in every front. The second point I'm going to make this afternoon is the issue of our pharma chain education and manpower. Our universities, some of us that have been out of school for at least 25 years, you recall your days in university that when you came out, you used less than 10% of what you were taught in the school. Why? Because we still have a traditional curriculum that doesn't allow quick response, agility to the issues that are contemporary in our pharma world. And so that is why you find some of us going from food sector to telco sector, because we need to use the remaining 90% of what we had in our brain in doing some other things. And so when the telcos came around, where did they go to? They went to the FMCG, they went to the pharma sector and raided all our sales reps, all our product manager, and it was very easy because the products you were selling was more difficult than selling the recharge card and the phone that somebody needed so critically. And so what did we do? Some of us went there. And so my going into the telco sector was fortuitous. It wasn't planned. And so I have to come out again to say I have had a good taste of this industry. That is what that versatility in our training has enabled us to do. But right now we need to look inward to say how can we use that knowledge to respond to the dynamics of the ever-changing environment that we live in. And I'm saying specifically, I had to discuss with the DVC of one of the universities that we need to incorporate, not just in a single 1-hour lecture, elements of pharma supply chain in our curriculum in universities. Why? Because people literally are going to our dining table and stealing our food. I had a lot of things to do with USAID and all these donor agencies, and I saw that the guys were receiving dollars both as workers and as agencies working for them. And so we had to, out of anger, to say, these are non-pharmacies. Why would they? Just like the PPMVs and other non-pharmacies are taking over the downstream of our sector, these guys were also taking over the supply chain management architecture of our industry. And so we need to start from the university. Not just to ask yourself, where do you want to do your project? Is it in PharmChem? Is it in Cognos? Is it in Cutics? It is possible to send somebody to Lagos to say, go and sit with Professor Larry Bale and understand and do your 3 months or 2 months of your final year project. Or sit with me. You know, I'm actually guiding some MBA students in LBS right now in their thesis, and they're looking at some aspects of warehousing. And so, but for me, I had to singularly, for the first time in a non-pharma sector, get a certification from PCN as the first non-healthcare sector to do internship. And they gave us that license from PCN to say, do internship in pharma logistics. That was a word that we coined in MBS because the likes of Prof, our chairman today, pushed us to the corner to say, you can do this. And we responded to the dynamics of what, but not in our curriculum. Right now, if you go there, they'll still be telling us about trichomes. I don't know how many of us saw trichomes in university. And I'm going to tell us about HPLC. Not many students, have seen HPLC once in their life. I did my master's in pharmaceutical analysis, and when I finished, the common spectrophotometer that I used for my master was not there for my PhD. That was the reason I ran away from academics. But I need something to give me satisfaction. So that must also happen, just like it's happening with the government. In the academia, we must have a rejigging of our curriculum. The third thing I'm going to mention this afternoon is our regulatory system. We have attained ML3, which is good, by PCN and NAFDA, but we need to have what I call regulatory harmonization and cohesion. One day, SON visited one of our warehouses, and thank God we had a PCN registrar. So I put a call to her, that was Mrs. Abumer, to say, they have come to my warehouse. And he told me, Solomon, chase them away. That is a pharma warehouse. They have no business in your warehouse. I said, my license is there, and I'm a pharmacist of several decades. I am the MD, not by my being a pharmacist, of this business, and you have no business doing your visit to my warehouse, which is a pharma product for a client, Sanofi then. When they knew that somebody who was heading MD knew his onions, Nidema came back again. Well, how many of us can look straight on to the eyes of some of those, let me use the word, no-core regulatory agents and to say, you have no business entering. Do I need a sun cap for my pharma products? I'm a warehousing service provider. I have the regulatory approval for this. Why will you be in my warehouse? And so what I'm asking for is that we must have what I call the elimination of regulatory duplicity. We must not put the players in this value chain to multiple visits. In the industry, if, for instance, you have a location that a rep has to visit, at the same time that a product manager will visit, or your national sales manager will visit, what do? You harmonize the deliverables from that journey, and you allocate that responsibility to one of them to say, when you go there, carry a tick box, or carry your tick list, and then begin to cover what your rep should have covered, what the other party could have covered. So you're optimizing the time of the organization instead of sending 3 different managers to one location at different times. That is what I'm talking about. Why will, for the same reason, all of these agencies come to your own store? I know what normally happens. Just like you are driving a brand new car, they will ask you for your papers. And then there's a guy that is going with no headlights, no trafficator. They will say, okay, how market they go? So sometimes you know that there are some guys who are not doing right in this pharma value chain, but they don't have those frequent visits that you have. I'm not saying we should not be regulated. Let's be regulated with some, let me use the word, meaningful, cohesive framework that assures us that we are not victimizing you. We're not just coming to say how you're doing, but to have something that you must respond to make your practice better. So we must have regulatory harmonization and cohesion. I'm going gradually because the big masquerade in this room is distribution, and I'm coming to that because I was one of those that reviewed the National Distribution Guidelines in October 2012. So I'm going to tell us some few things. But I'm not here to fight any policy of the government. We are here to collaborate. The fourth thing I'm going to put to us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is the finance. Finance. Accessing affordable finance has always been a challenge and a key issue for an infant industry like ours. Most critical assets that we have in the supply chain architecture in our sector are not made in Nigeria. The capex that you need for them are huge. The last time we did the capex for a 1,800 square meter in 2011, 2,520 pallet spaces, a deposit floor. We had to bring in forklifts from UK, flew one from Johannesburg. At the end of the day, when money was money, we spent about 200 million naira. But none of those capex items were manufactured locally. So if you have to get a facility from the bank, and as of today, when the MPRO just last week moved to about 13.0, and of course, that is not the end of the story. When you go to the real facility from the bank, Patrick, you bear me witness. How much would they be telling you, sir? They'll be telling you about 22, 23. The last time I took a facility, I told Solomon, it's because of you we are giving you 23.5. You must be making a gross margin of at least 50% to be able to defray your capex interest costs of double digits, return a good margin, let alone declaring a dividend from your investors. So it is not surprising when you find some PLC. I have managed one. We had 12 billion naira of turnover for livestock PLC, and then we had nothing to show. Because in that year, we paid about 900 and something million as interest to the bank. Now, I'll tell us something. It was just 2 years ago that the government, through the CBN, had what they call a special intervention fund for the pharma sector. How many percent? Some of us know it. They were given 5% as CBN intervention in response to COVID. But I tell you, do you know that the agri sector, what they call the CACS is Commercial Agri Credit Scheme. They've been enjoying it, and I took billions of naira from that scheme. They will be protected. You know why? There are a lot of farmers in the north, farmers everywhere. But the pharma industry, I'm using the word pharma, not pharmaceutical, that is growing crops. So the farmers have been enjoying this special protection and incentive for long. Ours came when COVID was killing both the rich and the poor. It shouldn't be. The government must be intentional in providing a workable, affordable finance framework for this industry. Otherwise, no matter what happens, forget about your distribution. I would say in supply chain management, no matter what you do, that is why companies who run vehicles are very weary in going into transport in Nigeria. Because at the end of the day, when you finish your PowerPoint strategy session, you deploy your asset of 100 million naira for an articulated truck or a cold van. The executioner of that strategy is a Pharmaceutical certificate holder who does not know whether the vaccine there has challenges in this industry that we must ask the government. It must be intentional. Make it easy for the players in this industry to play in the channels, different channels of our industry. I'm going to the last point now, 2 points, but I'm going to spend some time here, and that is the fifth one, which is distribution. Can you move over? Just move to, it's not clicking. I thought somebody was, okay. Let me move closer. Ladies and gentlemen, in our distribution, okay, I'll come to this backward. Backward, this battery is weak. Can you go backward, please? Backward. No, forward. Before you come back, forward, just forward. Forward, okay. One more slide. Go forward, just go forward. Go forward. I'm coming back to that blue slide. The evolution of our NDDG started in 2011, supposedly to be the game changer. In March 2011, the version 1 was brought out. I didn't have to do any embellishment of this architecture. What you have, I just copied it from the documents I have. In 2012, even though it was a document from 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, that's Federal Ministry of Health, less than 2 years later, another version came in. We have been struggling with that version 2 for 10 years. And we were speaking a lot of grammar on whether to implement it or not. We were called to review that document in 2011. We made some input, even though it is not a perfect document, because at the time we were talking about the mega distribution center having to qualify with 100 square meters. I had just one of my pharma warehouses at 1,800 square meters. So there were some pitfall, but notwithstanding, if you don't start a journey, you won't be able to correct what progress you are making. Now let's look at the next slide, please. Okay, I can come closer. The next one. Okay, just change it for me. Okay, no, you have gone further. After the version 2, there is something that we have in circulation now. The green one is version 2, which is the substantive approved by the Federal Ministry of Health. It's the version 3. I have used question mark to query it because as at the last time, I'm just talking about last week, I interacted with the Federal Ministry of Health. What you have as version 3 in circulation has not been done. So all of us who think that that structure on the right is the one that we are going to be implementing, it is not an official document. It hasn't come on. In fact, the director for FD, that I'm talking about, what's her name now? Bibiana. Yes, she told me that they are going to work on that revision. And so my own take about what we have been doing in going backward and forward on our NDDG is just do like Nike. Nike's payoff says, just do it. Just do it means for me, you consolidate, you standardize, and you regulate. Not what we have right now as you regulate, you standardize, and then before you consolidate. So no matter what gains that we have, we must go into that trajectory. Logically speaking, to say, can we just consolidate what we have, standardize what we have, and then begin to regulate? You can't regulate me, when I have moved ahead of you. Like I said, I had to apply for the renewal of license for that our pharma warehouse in Lagos, one of them. And they said, can you come and apply for, I'm talking about PCN then, 2012, can you come for registration as Mega Distributors Center? I said, for how much? I said, 500,000. I told them, sorry, ma, I'm paying for Class B, 100,000 naira. I don't need that, money to be spent because I already have 1,800. You are saying Mega Distributorship Center should have 100 square meters. So I have 18 times what you are asking me for. So that is trying to regulate when you have non-consolidated or standardized what is going on in industry. So my own advice to all the regulators, especially Federal Ministry of Health and FM and PCN, is that, like Nike, just do it. The grammar, we have taken so much of our cerebral capacity, strategic focus on whether this should be or not. So finally, I will say it again, just do it. Can you go back? Okay. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is that we have no IT-driven channel integration. All of us who have companies that we manage in the private sector, we have all our EROPs. We have our systems that are in place. But as of today, we don't know of any. That is why when we're going to computerize our operations in 1999, we went around the country, we went abroad, we didn't find a single solution that can do multiple inventory management across different clients, because we had more than 70 clients, and some of them in the pharma sector. So we had to do something. And I was a company like you have now in Flutterwave. So what I'm saying is that in the global world, there have been some gains that people have brought to how we do interconnectivity because of the intervention of IT. Your social media space, enabled by Google, enabled by Facebook, does not have any shareholder. Maybe some of us have in Nigeria. But we have a platform that was given to us. Flutterwave, InterSwitch in Nigeria, they have given us digital platform for financial transactions, so they call them fintech. So in this space, if we must move forward and have what I call supply chain intelligence, data visibility, and cohesion among all of us who play in this channel, we must have an IT-driven integration platform. This is already in the market. I'm not so much of a marketing manager, even though I've been associated with this brand for the last 23 years. In fact, I actually went around the country with the CEO. In 2000, we went from Otukpo to Otukpa, from Enugu, by road. This is a platform that I know that ACPN has already launched, and some of us who are here, I'm also there. We have more than 600 of our channel players in this place. So why do you reinvent the wheel of progress if you have a platform for us to integrate together? What that does is so many things. An ordering system, you have connectivity. And so when somebody asked me last week, Solomon, I'm traveling to the UK, can you give me the brand of MSD for Moderatic? I posted it on that platform. And somebody responded from Ibadan. I'm talking about all channel players. So importance, all the distributors, all the wholesalers, even the haulier, that is those who transport for us, the retailers, you can actually have an app that helps you to integrate. So we need to move from where we are now in what I call silos, working formats, to an integrated platform. It doesn't take anything from you. It doesn't take your confidentiality. Your data protection is assured. So we need to have, and I know that the CEO of the company driving this is actually in this, so he's there. CY, can you just wave your hand, please? CY is there. For the last 23 years, he's been working in the pharma sector. And right now, I don't know whether Ajibade is around. Yes, fellow. So they've been walking around, and I know that this has a solution. Why not let us move forward and have what I call an IT-driven channels integration? It will be very helpful. The next thing I'm going to talk about on our distribution challenges in this country is what I call channels cannibalization. Ladies and gentlemen, if we check a modern dictionary, cannibalization is no more primarily defined as the eating of one animal by another of the same species. This age-long definition is now number 2 in the dictionary. Ladies and gentlemen, it will interest you to know that the number 1 definition of cannibalization is in the dictionary now is the reduction of the sales of a company's own products as a consequence of the introduction of another similar product. Cannibalization is happening all around. And so you move from what they call the blue ocean environment to a red ocean. That is what is going on. That's what management experts say. So why this is true for almost all sectors, cross-carpeting, cross-selling into other channels of distribution where you have no registered authority and license to play in or demonstrable experience, for me, is doing more harm than good to our outbound supply chain. So my advice to all those I will call channel disruption is what? Stay on your lane. You cannot, for the sake of profitability, disrupt what is working well. You are an importer or you are a mega distributor. You are promising that manufacturer in Belgium that you can go to a pharmacy store. That means that you have no recognition to what is existing in terms of respecting the channel architecture of this country. And of course, gentlemen, the last thing I will say, because I've spoken too much, I want to be like the chairman, is collaboration. Permit me to say what the Warri guy say. I come from the Niger Delta. He said, "Now collaboration, now make rice full pots." Otherwise, if they stay on their own, they won't rise to fill the pots. Traditionally, our supply chains have been characterized by arm's length, even adversarial relationship between the different players. There has not been a history of sharing information, either with organizations, suppliers, or customers. A high level of collaborative working across all our supply chain can significantly mitigate risk and other functionality, and challenges on our supply chain. The underlying principle of collaboration is that the exchange of information can reduce uncertainty and create a high level of supply chain intelligence that I mentioned earlier on. And so it will enhance our collective competitiveness, a critical deliverable of the AFTA. And I'm sure you know that AFTA has some, what I call, provisions. In Article 3 of AFTA, point number 4 says, all countries in Africa must attain some level of competitiveness. And I was speaking in a forum in Sheraton yesterday, and I spoke, and I told the essay to the president on the implementation of AFTA in Nigeria to say, sir, there's a new word in the global climate and economy that is called deglobalization. Globalization has been in the management and practice of international trade for several decades. But right now, with what happened in China, what happened or what is happening in Ukraine, there is a new word that is coming into the economic policies of countries that is called deglobalization, which means protect your own first before you expose your children to the attacker. And so, despite what Provision 4 of Article 3 of AFTA says, if we don't collaborate, we'll soon find out that, like the pride of lions fighting themselves, a hyena will come from nowhere and steal the meat from us. So, when you open the borders, like AFTA says we must open, number one, you are exposing your weak performing supply chain to those who have better supply chain. And every year, the World Bank publishes what they call the Logistics Performance Index. As at the last time I checked, we are around 110 out of 160. Cotonou here, they are ahead of us. In all the indices that are used to qualify the functionality, the efficiencies, and the effectiveness of national supply chain, in Nigeria, our API over 5 is lower than what you have in the Republic of Benin. That means that there's a grave danger if we already have some other issues that we are tackling with exogenously, if we cannot internally collaborate with each other and get a formidable team, irrespective of your company or your sector, that can weed off or fence off any country that is coming. Otherwise, at the end of the day, if we give in to what provision that we have in AFTA, Nigeria may just be a dumping ground for those countries. In conclusion, gentlemen and ladies, I would say number one, the various supply chains for the manufacture, importation, sales and distribution of pharma products in Nigeria are not adequate, they are not effective, they are not efficient, and resilient enough to withstand disruptions to the supply chain, no matter the source of disruption, just like we saw in COVID-19. Number two, functional supply chain in the country will still be a mirage as long as our pharma supply chain are systemically weak, vulnerable, and not resilient. The implementation and enforcement of the various drug laws, policies, and guidelines are deficient. We need to do something. Thirdly, even though a lot of initiatives have been embarked upon by both public and private sectors in the pharma industry, what I just said about Nike, effective implementation of this initiative is still lacking. So let's just do it. In my recommendation, I would say number one, there is an urgent need for our government to show a strong commitment and political will towards securing our pharma industry, accelerate all the initiatives designed to protect us from every external disruption and vulnerability in this, our industry. 2, given the inherent weaknesses we have as a country on account of the significant deficits in infrastructure, in our resources, we need to have improved intra-sector, that is private to private, and inter-sector, public to private collaboration. Now, more than ever before, enough of infighting. And finally, I want to say that attaining a cruising altitude in a forward journey of our pharma supply chain certainly throws up a lot of issues, which may be difficult to cover in one volume and in the keynote address like I'm giving right now. For me, the major deliverable of this address will be to place the key issue impacting this attainment at the center of this maiden edition of our conference. In doing so, I would like us to think about the subject matter beyond the issue of channel protection and profitability. I would like you to ask yourselves what other things can come from our making our pharma supply chain functional, agile, resilient, effective, and efficient. As you discuss these and other, please note the nexus between the issue that we are talking about this afternoon. Functional supply chains drive medicine security. Medicine security drives health security. Health security drives economic security. And economic security drives national security. Especially for those of us visiting Lagos. Lastly, I will ask you to please make our time to enjoy the hospitality of our dear city, Lagos. Lagos, but with special attention to your vehicular traffic and personal security. This is Lagos. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have made a better choice of a keynote speaker than Dr. Solomon Aigbaboa? He has been able to demonstrate mastery both in the practical and theoretical areas of supply chain management. That was simply beautiful. Once again, a round of applause for him. He's done a young man's job. Thank you very much, sir. Being someone who organizes conferences, our flagship conference, the panel, when you get a speaker and you know he's erudite, you still add that prayer point that, Lord, just let him deliver. And so the prayers of the organizers have been answered. You have spoken, and you have spoken well. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him once again. Now, you would notice that when we were to start, the program was to start for 10. The matching, whenever I work with PWDAN, I enjoy working with them because they give matching orders. We must start 10 on the dot. I went outside before I entered. They were already looking for me. We said 10:30. And so they're very time conscious. And so the coffee break that we saw there, we will not be able to break for coffee. However, there will be a 5 to maximum 10-minute opportunity. As you can see, the stuff is going around. Rather than us queuing for 1.5 hours to come back to our seats, it's going around. You can start it with the water on your table, tea, coffee, and just will still join. So as fast as possible, they are trying to make sure everybody is served so that we can go into the panel session latest by 1 p.m., sir. Permission to start at 1 p.m., sir. My chairman, sir. Good, so... Yeah, so I take, I'm a man under authority. So, this is coffee break. Lunch is still coming. And because we know that for those of us who are Bible scholars, the journey is far. So let's take this coffee break ahead of the panel session so that we can have enough glycogen in the brain to engage our panelists as they come up. The coffee stuff goes round, the drinks go round, and then 1 p.m. we will start. The crew media, can you please continue giving us some...
Never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being For over 3 decades, we have set the foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Our priority, ensuring access to affordable medicines and healthcare for fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and every child. Keeping all our households smiling, ever radiant, never ending. Building on our strengths, we are expanding our capacities at our state-of-the-art manufacturing campus in 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, home to the oral solid dosage plant for the production of oral tablets and external ointments. The standalone cephalosporin plant and the misoprostol suite, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant, dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder. And intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Position for construction are groundbreaking.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be making, as the coffee goes round, we'll be making some presentations to the keynote speaker.
APIs of focus. Our commitment, addressing the leading causes of maternal and child mortality by local content optimization. Our 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 campus is set to become an innovative powerhouse of manufacturing excellence. We believe when people feel better, they do better, and great things follow. This drives our relentless pushing of boundaries. Our ultimate goal, delivering products of the highest standards, affordable and available to all. Our vision, to be the leading healthcare company in Africa, providing world-class products.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's been a worthwhile event. The keynote address speaker made my day. At the inauguration ceremony, we brought a keynote address speaker, and she just did a very wonderful job that jump-started our activity to the journey we have set. Today, I'm very glad that Dr. Solomon took the cue and did justice to this topic today. Thank you, sir. And in appreciating him today, we have an appreciation plaque. Secretary. Please, sir, keynote address speaker, come off stage. Today, you have not just started a journey with us, but you are going to partner with us. And what we are giving you this morning is just a token of our appreciation of what yet to come. So on behalf of PWDAN, at this first annual national conference of the association, we are giving it to you as an appreciation as the keynote address speaker at this event. Next, we'll have kept this presentation till the end of the ceremony. But our erudite scholar, the rector of Business School Netherlands, is rushing for another program. We want to appreciate you, sir, as our advisor right from onset. He housed PWDAN at our monthly general meetings before we move to our registered office. Thank you, our landlord. and he's been advising us on way forward. Today, we are just giving you a token of our appreciation for not just being an advisor to us, but also sharing this occasion. When we started, we thought we could not muzzle the audience, though we migrated a lot to the Zoom platform because of space. But today, you look around, you discover that our expectation has been met, and he just delivered on point. We want to appreciate you for being here with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, wonderful audience. Please sit down, relax, enjoy your tea break. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Still on the mandate of my chairman to make sure we deliver this event within record time. I will be bringing up the second company presentation. And while I call on the company, the man I spoke about while I was speaking about my trajectory to where I am today walked into the room. Join me in welcoming the Group Managing Director, Reels Group, Pharmacist Adesomi Popola. You're welcome, sir. You know, like I said, you know, there are some names, you know, Adepopo is when you are in a family, you know, it's Adesomi Popola. So just be knowing that Israel, the Israel, you know, Israel is for the nuclear family. All right, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another presentation, and I like the way we are managing this tea break. We are making very good progress and traction. And so with the tranquility in the room, I'll be inviting the next presenting company. For the delegates of PWDAN who are lodged in the hotel, Marriot, and you are not extending your stay, checkout time has elapsed. Kindly go and check out before they issue you another invoice for one more night. So please, if you are lodged and you've not checked out and you're not extending your stay, please go check out now. Ladies and gentlemen, the presenting company is from the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group. Let's appreciate the representative of the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group as they make their presentation now. 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 is one of the major sponsors of this event, and we thank you very much for your support. Let's appreciate Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 as he makes the presentation on behalf of the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Let me stand on the already existing protocols because of time to make my presentation. My name is 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. The last presenter did a great one, and I will just say the last things he said, and I continue my story from there. He said that medicine security will lead to health security, and health security will lead to economic security. Economic security will lead to national security. And this afternoon, I'll be presenting on import substitution as a means to medicine security. 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 is a well-known company owned by Nigerians, and we have highly motivated people, over 40 years of legacy, more than 200 products. We have a lot of certification, and it's a household brand name. The journey started several years ago in 1977 with 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Chemist, but as of 2018, we are talking about 4 manufacturing sites with over 120 products that are made in Nigeria. We said that 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group is a one-stop shop where you can get all your medical needs, from your medical consumables to vaccines to pharmaceutical products and other services. Now, in this presentation, I just say briefly about 𝐓𝐢𝐻. It's one of the subsidiaries in 𝐓𝐢𝐻 that deals with medical equipment, diagnostic centers. They deal with products like hospital furniture, shelter solutions, gynae products, and medical imaging. Then I'll spend the rest of the time to talk about import substitution, the journey we started due to COVID-19 disruption. Everybody here knew what happened during the pandemic. Of course, like the former presenter said, you need to preserve yourself first. So it happened, it was at that time that 𝐕𝐤𝐧𝐮𝐞 sat down, the management, that it has become important that we solve our problems ourselves. That was when this strategy began in 𝐕𝐤𝐽. It was okay, we need to move in this direction. We must achieve medicine security by ensuring that we limit as much as possible, if not stop importation altogether. Now, you know very well that in India, there are more than 10,000 drug manufacturers that serve more than about 1.4 billion people. In China, 5,000 drug manufacturers that serve about 1.4 billion. But in Africa, just about 375 that serve 1.1 billion. Then particularly in Nigeria, we're talking about 115 registered pharmaceutical manufacturers serving more than 200 people. Now, if you look at these statistics, you know what happened during the pandemic. Because about 70% of our products are being imported. And the pandemic actually exposed, all the weaknesses we have within the country. Now, if another pandemic happens, where are we going to be? So it becomes very important that we begin to move in that direction. Well, in this journey, we are sure that if it's embraced not only by 𝐕𝐤𝐽 but other local manufacturers, you're sure of health security, you're sure of affordable products that are also high quality. Of course, you're sure of tech transfer and research and development. Of course, you're sure of economic growth and employment. Now, what is 𝐕𝐤𝐽 doing? We have an ultra-modern manufacturing site in Ṣàgámù. Some of you who are here have been opportunity to go there. And we don't mind also taking PWDAN or PWDAN to our manufacturing site to see what 𝐕𝐤𝐽 is doing right now. In terms of regulation, we do not play with it, so we make sure that we comply very well. Now let me talk about another subsidiary of 𝐕𝐤𝐽, Zolon Healthcare Limited. And before this time, before the pandemic, Zolon was almost 100% import dependent. But during the pandemic, the GMD together with the board sat down and said it's important that we ensure that most of the products that Zolon have, we make them locally. So I'll just be showing you what we are able to manufacture in the space of less than 1 year. Now, Zoma is the hydroartemisinin plus piperaquine. It was launched during ACPN last year. It was manufactured locally here, both the by 3 and by 9. Now, Marriot is glimepiride. Before now, we were importing it, the 2 milligram strength and the 4 milligram strength. Now, we are locally manufacturing, so we say buy local. Metformin, the plain, and also the sustained release. The sustained release and the plain, before the end of, by mid next month, we'll have it here in the country, made locally. Now, rosuvastatin, before this time, we were importing it from India. Currently, we are locally making it in Nigeria. Also, clopidogrel, before this time, we were importing. Right now, we are locally manufacturing it. Azithromycin, before this time, we were also importing. But right now, we are also manufacturing it in the country. Then, misoprostol, we were importing misoprostol, and about 3 years ago, the imported one had a problem in the market, so we had to recall it. And we had to sit down to start manufacturing it currently. So we are making it currently in the country, misoprostol, both by 3 and by 10. Now, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐿. 𝐃𝐚𝐿 is iron polymatose complex. I think Orofa is the one that had been in the country for a long time. Right now, we are locally manufacturing this in Nigeria. Zinc, the pandemic makes zinc very popular. And right now, we're also locally manufacturing it in Nigeria. Amivi is amitriptyline. Currently, we are importing, but the last batch is finishing, and we hope by next month to commercialize amitriptyline in the country. And Zomitan, Temicitan, and its combination, we are working on it. Hopefully, before the end of next month, or before the end of this quarter, we should have it available in the market. Zolon also does not deal only with pharmaceuticals. We also have a strategic business unit that deals with vaccine. It began about 8 years ago, and we have a lot of vaccine in the market. Of course, there was a supply gap. Then multinationals are not able to meet the whole need, and we began to bring in vaccines. So we have hepatitis B in the market, we have PT in the market, we have rotavirus in the market, we have chickenpox in the market, and so many other vaccines in the market. We hope in the long run to manufacture vaccine in that Ṣàgámù place. Now, let me talk about 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 as I begin to round up. 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐻 Pharmaceutical is, like I said, started several years ago and is the mother of other subsidiaries. And before now, anytime you mention 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐻, what comes to the mind of people is just paracetamol. And it's still paracetamol. We are still known for that. And, but we are building on the heritage when we began to co-pack it with 𝐓𝐷𝐼. I'm sure other companies are doing the same because of ease, and it's a good one. It's good to copy good things. Now, the paracetamol, we went to para 1000. We have it in different presentation right now to make it easier. You can put it in your bag, just 1 caplet or 3 caplets as the case may be. This is celecoxib from 𝐓𝐬𝐻, 𝐓𝐬𝐻 Brex. It's locally being manufactured. We know that Pfizer brought in Celebrex first in this country. Right now, 𝐓𝐻𝐻 is locally making it in the country. PWDAN also locally manufactured by 𝐓𝐻𝐻 in the country. Nystatin suspension, fluconazole, azithromycin from 𝐓𝐻𝐻 also. Pyramide is the same brand as Zoma, the same DHAP. Zinc capsule, 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮 and zinc combination, a popular brand. Even during the pandemic, we have this co-pack right now in the country. Then also, we have this also in the loperamide in the country. Then Enzypre and Nemzofax. We have the combination amlodipine and lysinobide combination. We also are making it. So what am I saying in essence? We have taken a decision to ensure that we join in making a drug medicine security a reality by ensuring that most of the things we are previously importing, we are currently manufacturing. But in addition to that, 𝐓𝐻𝐻 also took a step, to see that we are able to make API. Now, you will think if 𝐓𝐻𝐻 is thinking of API, we should actually go to the pain market and bring in paracetamol. But then, you know that in terms of disease burden, in Africa, that's where we have the malaria burden. So we decided that as we are going into API for backward integration, the place to look at is AL and SP. So currently, 𝐓𝐻𝐻 has signed an MOU with a company in India that is WHO pre-qualified. We are hoping that by first quarter of next year, we should be able to be making AL and XP as API in this country, and we hope that we will also be able to export that. So we are getting ready for after the treaty that is being signed to make sure that at least we can protect our own. So I will end by saying to PWDAN or PDAN, as we go towards ensuring that we solve the problem of pharmaceutical supply chain, and to also ensure that we arrive at medicine security. Think local and also buy local. On this, I'd like to say thank you for listening. And I hope that you, in the course of the meeting, you can step outside. We're also running a promo. We're running a promo for some of our products. You can get them at lower prices. If you have problems with logistics, you don't need to carry it. We can ensure it gets to your location. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Paul Hogan, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to 𝐶𝐚𝐿 Laborex in sunny Lagos, Nigeria. We have been established as Laborex here since July 2012, when Europharma and CFAO purchased the majority shareholding of 𝐶𝐚𝐿 Nigeria Limited, which in turn had been established here since 1998 by myself and our current minority shareholder, Mr. Clarence Young. At that time, we were the importers and distributors for Novartis Pharma Services only, but soon added many more partners after the move into Europharma, including Sanofi, Servier, AstraZeneca, Sandoz, Jamjum, Janssen-Cilag, Denk, to name but a few. And now, with a full staff complement of 140 plus dedicated, loyal and hard-working people, we cover the whole federation of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. In 2018, we opened our second depot in Port Harcourt. I'd like to announce that I will retire from the company in June, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Europharma, CFAO, and Toyota Tsusho Corporation, who I've worked closely with in the last 18 months, for their continued support throughout the years. But especially I would like to thank and acclaim all of the Nigerian staff and friends that have been on this incredible journey with me for their loyalty and commitment to the success of the company. I wish them and their families every success in the future, and I'll be watching their progress from afar in Cape Coast in Ghana, where I will hopefully be relaxing with a club beer or two. Enjoy this short video on Asceni Laborex and our wonderful country, Nigeria. God bless. Sante.
Gentlemen, as we begin to prepare for the panel session, just making sure that the juice and the snacks have gone around. I want to appreciate all the sponsors who have made it a success, the event we're having today. And like you know, they're having their exhibition stands out there. Even though we know that you've come from all over the country to this meeting, we are not expecting you to go in the traditional manner with several Ghana must goes with products. But the plan is that you engage the different organizations as they are there, establish business relationships, get the right contact. That is the true value that is being sold to the exhibitors. It's not about wholesale. You all know the product already. But then to take your partnership with the individual partnering companies to another level, that's why they have come. So after the panel session, as we go for lunch, kindly make sure you engage all the exhibitors, all the stands from Asceni to Pfizer to Emzo Group to Philips to CHI. Make sure that you engage them so that next year, when we host this program, so where are we going next year? Is it Dubai or? Eko Hotel, yeah. So Eko Hotel, yeah, you know, so wherever we go, they will know that having gotten maximum value from this event, they will get even better value then. Thank you very much. The success of PWDAN is the individual success of every member of the group. So you have to make it work so that PWDAN as a group can have that clout it much desires. So let's continue the crew media as we prepare for the panel session.
Good day everyone up there in France and across the various subsidiaries of Europharma. My name is Regis Stromer, the recently appointed Managing Director of Asceni Laborex in Nigeria. 18 years career with CFAO across the 3 major divisions and 11 years in various roles as Managing Director. To start with, in response to Paul's opening speech on behalf of our employees, I would like to warmly thank him for handing over a well-established and respected corporate name. Asceni Laborex is indeed unanimously synonymous of integrity, reliability, and professionalism. Our mission over here at Asceni Laborex is to impact positively on the life of millions of patients by continuously shaping our business model to achieve so. As you've witnessed through this corporate video, a very energetic, talented, and committed team has been developed over the years. We also benefit from a strong portfolio of products and services from the most reputable international healthcare players, and a state-of-the-art infrastructure has been built. Asceni Laborex is without any doubt a leading player in the Nigerian healthcare space. Believe me, believe us, we are here to make a lasting difference. Follow us and support our ambition. Enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Good day. My name is Paul Hogan, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐿 Laborex in sunny Lagos, Nigeria. We have been established as Laborex here since July 2012, when Europharma and CFAO purchased the majority shareholding of 𝐃𝐚𝐿 Nigeria Limited, which in turn had been established here since 1998 by myself and our current minority shareholder, Mr. Clarence Young. At that time, we were the importers and distributors for Novartis Pharma Services only, but soon added many more partners after the move into Europharma, including Sanofi, Servier, AstraZeneca, Sandoz, Jamjum, Janssen Cilag, Denk, to name but a few. And now, with a full staff complement of 140 plus dedicated, loyal and hard-working people, we cover the whole federation of 36 states and a federal capital territory. In 2018, we opened our second depot in Port Harcourt. I'd like to announce that I will retire from the company in June, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Europharma, CFAO, and Toyota Tsusho Corporation, who I've worked closely with in the last 18 months, for their continued support throughout the years. But especially I would like to thank and acclaim all of the Nigerian staff and friends that have been on this incredible journey with me for their loyalty and commitment to the success of the company. I wish them and their families every success in the future, and I'll be watching their progress from afar in Cape Coast in Ghana, where I will hopefully be relaxing with a club beer or two. Enjoy this short video on 𝐃𝐚𝐿 Laborex and our wonderful country, Nigeria. God bless. Santé.
Going into the panel session, where the moderator will be taking charge of this session, and then after the sessions have gone, we will also invite contributions from the floor. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the moderator for this event, Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 Ajibade. Let's appreciate him as he comes up the stage. You're welcome, sir. Please take your seat at that end. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the industrial sector of our industry, join me in welcoming the Managing Director, Chief Executive, May & Baker PLC, Pharmacist Patrick Aja, as he comes on the stage. You're welcome, sir. Representing the retail end, the last mile of the value chain, we have the Chairman, Net Pharmacy, Pharmacist Chris Ehimen. Please join us on this side. Okay, let's come through here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the middle there will be the hosts. Join me in welcoming Pharmacist Ernest Okafor, CEO, Nemi Pharmaceuticals, Chairman PWDAN. Yeah, next to Patrick. Yeah. As he joins us, then come our regulators. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, join me in welcoming incoming registrar, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed. Please join us on the stage here. Last, but by no means the least, ladies and gentlemen, we have our own elegant, intelligent, ebullient, representing the DG NAFDAC, Dr. Monica 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. Please join us on the stage. Yes. Having successfully populated the panel, I ask that I decrease, that Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷 Ajibade might increase. All right, over to you, sir, the moderator.
Thank you so much, Chino, for this opportunity again this afternoon. Well, I want to welcome all of us again to this panel session. And I think this is one of the most important sessions of this engagement, because we have experienced so many things in our pharmaceutical supply chain. And thank God the keynote address speaker actually address this issue holistically. But for this session, I'd like us to look at the downstream section of this particular drug supply chain in Nigeria. And that is why this afternoon we'll be engaging all our panelists And I know very well that whatever we are going to bring up this afternoon will shape the focus and the direction for the pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. So I want to welcome you all, and as we enter into this session. Thank you very much. Well, the first thing I want us to know is that the pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria, as we have it currently, is not an accident, because there was a time things were working well. There was a time we have professionals having the major hold of the supply system in this country. And we know so much well that over a period of time, many things changed, and came the incursion of the open drug markets. And with the incursion of the open drug market, we saw basic changes in the way drugs are being distributed in this country. First of all, important thing to note is that it came to a point when many of our suppliers begin to see advantage through the open drug markets. Most importantly, the pharmaceutical manufacturers and importers. And I also tell us that during those times when it began, many of these open drug markets were getting strong incentives, huge discounts. And this obviously makes them more attractive to other layers of pharmaceutical supply system. Of note also, those times we also know that many of our pharmaceutical reps of those times, I remember when I was in the company, if you are posted to a particular zone or a territory and you have an open drug market, the chances that you will rise very well in the organization is very high because of your performance. And many actually use that road to actually climb the ladder in the organizations and became very topmost people in the organization. And at the end of the day, we found a situation whereby the open drug market festered so strongly. And many people who have been doing their legitimate business in pharmaceutical supply chain that are registered in their zones, they began to lose patronage. And at the end of the day, many of them closed shops. Today, if we look at what that has happened, it has done to us as a nation, it is what we are actually grappling with this afternoon. This country today, many of us talk about drug supply chain system is chaotic. Even when when it was mentioned that even ordinary Cotonou there has a better system, and we as Nigeria, the giant of Africa, we are still at the lower level. Obviously, our regulatory organizations, the NAFDAC, the PCN, they are doing so much good job. The recent WHO benchmarking saying that they have attained maturity level 3 is an evidence that we have what it takes to regulate our system. PCN recently also got ISO certification. So which means when we look at our regulatory system, we have what it takes to actually regulate and bring about good supply chain in Nigeria. But what I would say at this level is that with all this good certification and very good global recognition that we have attained for our regulatory organizations, if we step into the pharmaceutical environment out there, what do we see? We'll see the deficiency in our system. And I think it is for this reason that in this room this afternoon, we have an opportunity to have what I call a kind of a consensus agreement on the problems that actually bedeviling our drug supply chain system. And if we're able to come up with opinions and be able to present what I call incentives to all the players, I think from this panel discussion this afternoon, we are going to go home with something that will put us in the right direction. And I believe strongly, if we're able to achieve this afternoon, many of us will leave this place happy. We'll be able to see which responsibility are we assigning to who, what are the activities that we need to really begin to do, what are the achievable timelines we have to set for this system. And I know very well we're able to achieve this in not a long time. For us to go into this discussion this afternoon, I have some probing questions, which I'm going to be presenting to us. And I feel by the time we are responding to them, we are going to come out with key ingredients that will help our downstream pharmaceutical supply chain system. So this afternoon, I would like to be going to some of these questions one after the other. And as I present these questions, I will be referring to some of us because it goes to us a few more of us more than the other. And I want to come from the first question that, we know And from several publications, WHO has said that 80% of drug procurements and the distribution system are found to be bad in most of the developing countries. I say WHO, according to some publications, has stated that 80% of countries of the world have bad drug procurement and distribution system and are predominantly in developing countries. From your industrial perspective, can we say the pharma sector has been deliberate, intentional in institutionalizing good drug distribution system and procurement in Nigeria, and what it is that we are doing right now? So I would like to go to NAFDAC. From the point of view of NAFDAC, can we say that right now in Nigeria, we have a good drug distribution system in Nigeria? What is NAFDAC doing right now? And where are we today? So NAFDAC, we want to hear from you. What is the situation with drug distribution system in Nigeria when we look at the downstream sector? Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, sorry, there's no mic there. Okay, thank you. There are 2 mics. Okay, let me help you with mine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think the fact that we're all in this room is attestation to the fact that we all agree something is not right. So if you ask me the question, then I'm like, why are we here? I think we're all in agreement that something is not the way it's supposed to be, but we all have a part to play in that puzzle. I listened very intentionally to the keynote speaker who touched on several areas. And when you ask, where are we going, based on your theme, it's nice to have a perspective of history as to where we're coming from. And I think you have tried to lay a little bit of that down. As we look at the supply chain structure, everybody has a role somewhere along the line. I speak as a regulator, and so from the regulatory perspective, quite a bit has been done, quite a lot more needs to be done. But for the regulated sector, I would suggest that we need to look closer, we need to introspect, and we need to look at putting in place things that meet the realities of the time. If we are to move forward with this, because this has been a discussion for a very long time, we need to know our truth and accept our truth. If we accept the errors of the past, we'll be better positioned to move forward. You've already said it, that history exists, and many of us can attest to what happened with dumping of products in certain areas, and incentives and motivation for even staff of companies to do that and advance professional practice or advance career prospects in those areas. For us as regulators, I mean, I speak as NAFDAC, we have a key role in the distribution of pharmaceutical products. Good distribution practice is something that we need to entrench, and you cannot talk about supply chain security without having good practices. For us, as has been attested to, there is a regulatory framework in place. We have a good distribution framework which has come in, and I think quite a few persons here have participated in that framework that has been put in place. But that being said, you know, we still have a long way to go. If we don't have everybody implementing what we agree to do, then you have fingers being pointed in different directions. Ours is to do as much as we can within our framework to ensure that you have access to quality products, patients get products that you can guarantee through the supply chain. We are talking about traceability, and I know many stakeholders here have been part of the traceability effort, because there are different elements that come into distribution. And having a track and trace system in place is something that the agency has moved forward. It has been signed off by the Minister of Health, And traceability is something that will help us as we move to secure our supply chain. A lot of talk has been there about the new drug distribution guidelines. I'm very pleased to see what the keynote speaker talked about, the different versions, because many of us have wondered about which version is the approved version and what are we moving to do. But as he also alluded to, we need to do what we can do in our own spaces to try and move this agenda forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Monica. And let me also put this to you. Are there any timelines set for some of these implementation programs? The good distribution system, the traceability. When do you want to come to town and say, as at this time, this is what happens to whoever that is doing what?
Well, the traceability has there's a 5-year implementation plan for traceability, and there are different elements to that plan. I mean, we are engaging to even grow awareness and understanding. We're training different people. Industry has to put different things in place. The manufacturers have some components to add at point of sale, retail, wholesalers, distributors. There are different elements along that whole traceability chain. So that has a 5-year plan, and we're working that plan, engaging different stakeholders to grow the understanding of traceability and the benefits it brings to your distribution and your supply chain. For the good distribution practice, it's already a work in progress. So if you ask me for a timeline, I might not be able to give you one for that because it's something that we're already actively doing. Many facilities have already been audited based on the good distribution practice and what the expectations are. We do have players already within the sector that demonstrate a good understanding of what the practices and expectations are. But within that space too, there are still those that need to learn what the expectation is and move forward with that. So it's a work in progress, and we're only looking forward to more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monica. And from NAFDAC, it's obvious that there are steps in place, and we hope in a very short while, most of these things will become part of our life, and it will be one thing that we'll be saying kudos to NAFDAC. Thank you very much. So I go to the Registrar, Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria. So what is the situation of right now in terms of being able to knock this current situation with drug distribution in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I want to first of all take it from what Dr. Monica said when we were seated there. She said that the keynote speaker will perhaps lay the foundation on which we are going to speak. And I think that foundation was properly laid. But let me also make very, very clear one point, which should be one of the takeaway from this program. There is no second version, or there is no version of drug distribution guideline approved other than the second one, to which there was a lot of question marks. Let me clarify what I mean by this. You see, the keynote speaker did say something. He said exchange of information, of course, will lead to us being more informed. It will promote or breed collaboration. And essentially, it will lead to us having our own pot of rice being full. What the Director of Food and Drugs was trying to say, for those of us who may be aware, there was a meeting yesterday in Nasarawa State. And we have to be able to differentiate between what we are talking about here and what government itself is doing that is also not doing right. Government has been concerned about public health programs where you have antiretrovirals, anti-TB, and other programs, drug products, which of course nobody buys in the market, and they come in mostly as program products, and they're being distributed in the system. If you look at what we have as National Drug Distribution Guideline, it's meant to address supply chain within the market stream, not within the government sector, which of course entirely is not profit or business oriented. They are concerned about how do we bring in these public health programs into this, which in any way will not affect, because these are not products that will end up in any MDDC. These are not products that will end up in any public wholesale centers. These are not products that will end up in any wholesale centers. These are products that exclusively were housed from Oshodi, which of course is now migrating to primary healthcare, premier stores in Abuja, and then to the various drug management agencies and to the various public health department or the ministries of health. So the question is, if we are looking at the supply chain, should we also overlook those products that are moving within the government cycle? That is exactly what they are trying to bring on board here. It does not affect what we have now. And let me also put on record that what we had as first version was designed by government, but rejected by stakeholders. And what we have as the current second version, which I say is the only version, was designed by stakeholders in collaboration with the regulators and accepted by government. And that remains the only drug distribution guideline chart that is approved, that we are working with. This is just to lay the foundation and to probably bring clarification so that we leave here and be better informed and so that we will know the direction we are going. Now, back to the issues. The issue of timeline, you asked that question, and that question is also very key. When you ask of timeline, it's like saying you have a project. You know where you want to start, and then you know where you're supposed to end. But in between, you're supposed to have understanding of the appreciation of the limitations within the journey. Now, when the stakeholders agree on the concept of coordinated wholesale centers, which of course is supposed to lead to the closure of the markets, it was in the spirit, one, that this is not supposed to be a government project. It's supposed to be a project that should be should be driven by the private sector. Meaning that you require the private sectors to also key in to that timeline and ensure that you achieve it, which of course I can say to a large extent they did. But there are also limitations. It also have its limitations. And let me tell you what these limitations are. And this brings us back to the issue of political will. When the National Drug Distribution Guideline was approved, the 4 markets that were supposed to be closed started from the Kanu, the Idumota, the Onitsha, and then the Ariara market. The first thing that was to be done was to now, where are we moving these markets to? Lagos identify Ijora. Kanu identify where they are now, that is Zaria Road. Onitsha initially identified Ogba. And what was the first thing to be done for us on the government side and as regulators is to see if these sites are okay, inspect them and approve them. That was done for all the sites. We didn't only do that. We also went into advocacy with the Honorable Minister of Health leading DG NAFDAC, Registrar PCN, and some of us in the team. One, to see the state governments of these states to give the support, which of course was done. We didn't also stop at that. We also tried to see the traditional institutions, because we know we also have our limitation. These people are key to achieving the project. Here in Lagos, we saw the governor of Lagos, we saw the Oba of Lagos, we saw the Ijora of Ijora that owns traditionally that land so that they can facilitate this. From there, we moved to Anambra State. We went to Onitsha. We saw the governor. We saw the Obi of Onitsha, where this market is moving from. We saw the Igwe of Ogwa, who is now late. And we saw the chairman, Council of Traditional Rulers of the Southeast. We moved to Kano and all this. That is to tell you that there are key players whose, speed are outside your control. Okay. Now, here in Lagos, we had problem. What was the problem? Even the state government was not willing to give the certificate of occupancy to to the drivers of the project. It took a lot of political intervention before that certificate of occupancy was approved.
Okay, from
excuse me.
Okay.
We had to go to a point of intervening to secure a lot of waiver, running to hundreds of millions for that project to take off. For Kano, because the governor too was highly interested. Kano is ready today. In fact, they are fixing the ACs now, and it will be commissioned. We had a challenge in Onitsha because the stakeholders themselves were divided.
Okay.
We had to meet the governor. We had to meet with the state governor. The SSG. We had to meet with the commissioner. And then we had a situation where even the government structure was divided. The commissioner of commerce was interested in a location. The commissioner of health was interested in another location.
Okay, from Mr. Bashi, we know what...
So what I'm trying to say is this, in summary.
Yeah.
You realize that there is that political will. But the stakeholders, we need a lot of advocacy, which of course we are not resting our oars in pursuing. And we are sure that as we launch Kano, we also get to establish that of Lagos. The beauty of this is that the new governor of Lagos, Soludo, has taken a position and is on the position of government, the regulators. The issue of factionalization, either in the structure, in the government structure, or within even the stakeholder, is unacceptable.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Bachewu. And I think you have painted the real picture to us how and where we are when it comes to the level of moving this drug supply chain system using NDDG to drive it. And from what we have seen, there's so much work going on, and all the stakeholders too are involved. Incidentally, we still have a lot of things to do. You have just mentioned that Kano is about getting started.
Yeah.
So, when is Kano getting started?
Indeed, the stakeholders were with us, and the desire is to start it next week. But you see, this...
Next week?
Yes, but that cannot just take place. Because the federal government, in fact, the president, even if the president will not be there, the vice president must be there, the DG NAFDAC will be there, registrar. So you need to you need to get a commitment of all. But where we are, Kano will take off in perhaps. I am also aware that DG NAFDAC was to pay a visit there early this year to also inspect, to know the level of readiness. I can assure you that in less than 3 months, Kano will be ready.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the regulators? Obviously, there's so much work ongoing. We'll come right to the industry, the manufacturers. DG NAFDAC, ably represented, has mentioned the issue of traceability, mentioned the issue of good distribution system. And as an industry that is the source of the products to the entire circulation, where are we? Are we ready to see that the current scenario we have in our country is taking off? And what are your team doing in terms of preparedness to see that we try to bring about sanity to this drug distribution system? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so first of all, let me say that I am sitting here representing somebody who is my senior brother and more intelligent than I am. So Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭 was actually supposed to be in this panel, but because he's out of the country, he had to solicit for me to come and sit in for him. So if I don't give you everything you require, just know that I'm still understudying Dr. 𝐾𝐚𝐿. Having said that, I believe that is the desire of the industry for us to have a good distribution system, because actually it's going to make our lives a lot easier. I know that, especially for manufacturers like us, local manufacturers, we have a very strong competition, not just with other countries that are supplying drugs to Nigeria, but fakes. Because, if fakes can get to the people that should be using my product, is a concern to me. And that happens when you do not have a good distribution system. But we also know that distribution costs money. I think that's another thing we need to be playing to ourselves. The keynote address speaker was giving a snippet of what some of these costs are. Some of us were involved in it. It costs money. And we know that the infrastructure deficit of the country is not making it easier. Things are actually more difficult now. Several years ago, as reps, maybe it was easy for you to enter your car, drive around, supply medicines and all of that. That's not the case. Roads are bad. There's security issues. So all of those are further making it very difficult. And let's face the fact, companies have targets to meet. So somebody saying that, I know we've talked about this issue of closing the markets and all of that. If you do not have an alternative, that might not also solve your problem. Because if people cannot get your products, what have you achieved? So I think what the government is doing is going to be very instructive, making sure that you've laid the groundwork to get all the stakeholders to buy into it, so that if you say you want to close the market, there should be another place where they have an option to go to, so people can have access to your products. But from the industry, when you talk of track and trace, it works well in a good distribution network. What we have today, where are you going to track it? Where are you going to trace it? It's difficult. I mean, I've been involved. I got the blueprint. My company is supposed to be one of the pioneers. There is cost involved. And you need to justify why you're spending those millions by what is the return on investment and all of that. So if you do not have a good distribution network, your track and trace is going to be very difficult. Because what documents do we have? What information do we have? How many places are these drugs getting into? Who are the people you're supplying to? It's easy to know that the person here that I'm supplying to is a pharmacist, and the person will keep the drug in a good situation and all of that. But what of the others? Or are you going to tell the reps, don't sell to this one, don't sell to that one, and you're expecting him to meet targets? So I think all of this need to, and before you change a system, you must have an alternative. If you don't have an alternative, you will just be deceiving yourself. So I think a coordinated approach is necessary. But for the industry, you obviously know the industry will benefit a lot more if we have a good distribution system, because then it ensures that the product that I produce are getting to the right kind of people. And I think, to be honest, I think what we are doing today is one of the missing links. It's one of the missing links. If we can have good wholesalers, you see, we've dealt with distributors. I could move you from my warehouse to the distributor's warehouse, but it's done nothing. It has not done anything. If these people that are here, the wholesalers, if we have many of them strategically located, that is the solution to the problem. That's the solution. So if I'm sure, and I've gotten a list here, if I'm sure that we have like 400 wholesalers across the country, why do I need to drop the drugs at Idumota or Nisha Market? I could just call these people on phone or have my people send it to them. I'll still meet my target, and I will be sure that they are closer to the people that need the products. But let me say, they say Rome was not built in a day. As we make all these efforts, we'll be getting closer. Getting as close as possible to the last mile is the solution to the problem. It is not closing the markets. We could regulate the markets, but let's be sure that if tomorrow we relocate or close the markets, have we gotten to the last mile? If we have not done that, we have not provided any solution.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Ikeja. I think thank you very much from what you have mentioned now, it is evident that we cannot say we want to regulate and the industry will go and die. And basically, I think that's the main reason why we are gathered this afternoon here. And the PWDAN is making it an effort to see that, don't look that direction to think there are no good off-takers. They are here. And I will go to the chairman PWDAN now, and I will come to Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. What are the key ingredients or elements? We have had the problems, the challenges on ground, and if we need to continue talking about the problems, we might be back here in a decade time and still be talking about this problem. But from the level of distributors and wholesalers, what do you think we can right now begin to inculcate into the current system that will make it easier for the industry to come to you, for the regulatory agency to know you guys are ready, and for us as a country begin to see health security. So over to you, Professor Okafor.
Thank you, moderator. Before I answer your question, I will like to comment on the first. The question is challenged the other participants with. The area of talking about WHO statistics concerning developing countries, I will say that the history of pharmacy and drug distribution is what brought us to this place. It is the way we started that caused it. And other countries, somewhere along the line, have gotten certain level of maturity, which NAFDAC is trying to do. And I will say that all have sinned as far as drug distribution is concerned in Nigeria and come short of the glory. But it is not time for us to do blame game. It's for us to come together now. We are on our different sectors doing what best we think we can do. But I love what the keynote address speaker said. He had dropped the budget. What these panelists are doing is to digest the budget. The regulators have given their own point of view, and the industry have given their own point of view. But I want to take a cue from what the keynote address speaker talked about. Consolidation, he talked about regulation, he talked about, which other one? Standardization. You discover that looking at the egg and the chicken, which one comes first? I will rather say, taking it to my own perspective, you have system, you have structure, and you have process. Which one comes first? We have alluded that, look, we don't have system, and we are looking for structure to build that system. And we are starting with processing. NAFDAC is talking about standardization. That's why they are running through the standard benchmarking in good distribution practice. And the question I put across is this. How do you standardize a system without a caveat? Because we are all scientists. Before a theory can hold, there's a caveat, all things being equal, under standard temperature and pressure. So, with the open market there, and you are benchmarking on standards, it's an aberration. The foundation we have not gotten right. And until we address the major issue, the industry have given their own perspective. Yes, the best thing for us to do is all the stakeholders, the regulators should equally, what they should do is to try as much as possible to have their own contribution until we come to a point where all of us will agree that this is the best route to go. You are asking about what do you think we can use to stem the tide or mitigate.
What are the things you believe from your own perspective of practice could be incorporated into the current system that we are having in Nigeria?
Yeah, like I have said a while ago, is that if I have gotten the solution, we won't be here. And what all of us are doing is to contribute. PWDAN as a body is not petitioning the Consolidated Wholesale Center or the NDDG. We are trying to provide a solution. So, going by the global best practices and where the world is going and what the COVID-19 has taught us, which we know before, but we are playing lead towards it, is using technology to drive drug distribution. The world we know is going towards that. I'm not asking us to go and jump into blockchain technology. No, let us use the basics. We are talking about traceability. If we can have a digital tool that can identify the different products, we can now use it in the chain. We at PWDAN, we are talking about pharmaceutical supply chain integrity. What are those tools that will help us to drive it? And until those products have these parameters, we're not growing anything. The world is moving. If we don't move with it, then we'll be trampled upon. Let everyone be doing what they are doing. That let us aggregate at one point, but you must build capacity. And in building capacity, you must have a framework, a backbone, a dot. Like this building, if it can't go to the 20th floor, if it's stopping at the 5th floor in the structure, it can't go if the foundation is not built today. To sustain it. Put it as a dot and continue. I think that's my take.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Okafor. You have basically identified the fact that the need for technology, if incorporated to what we have on ground, can basically help to drive the system better than what we have. So, Mr. Hime, what are your inputs?
Okay, thank you very much. If you ask a typical community pharmacist, retail pharmacist, what are your main headaches? What are your pain points? Two things we stick out: staff and stock out, inventory management. I know inventory management is what we are talking about today for us, the pharmaceutical supply chain. You know, one of the things I find difficult to reconcile is we're trying to structure our supply chain, and we're trying to make sure that people who are participating in the supply chain, especially at the wholesale level, people who can actually do the business. But I also find it very ironic that while we are looking at that, having the NDDG, having the national drug policy, of course, people who are in the wholesale business are being given the good distribution practice. I also find it quite strange that, let me start by saying, in 2019, figures from PCN say there are about 1,300 wholesalers in Nigeria. I don't know what the figures are now, but if you are trying to structure something, make sure people are doing the right thing, should we be issuing more licenses for wholesale? Shouldn't we be looking at the people that are currently there and trying to see how we can consolidate? And the reason is this. If I take a typical sheet of paper right now as a retailer and say, okay, about 30 or 40 items, let me go and buy these items. Trust me, I'm probably going to go around 5 or 6 different outlets before I can fulfill that single sheet. So I run around the whole place like a headless chicken, wasting my time. Why can't we consolidate those that are currently in the system, make them stronger, have good distribution network, and send my list to only one person, and that person can fulfill all my requirements? Why are we still issuing wholesale licenses? You can't think of regulating and making people to behave, and you are still throwing it open. Right now, we are being told if you have 70 square meters, you are a wholesaler. How can that happen? Sorry, you probably will speak to that. No, but my strong feeling as a retailer is that as a retailer right now, it is headache for us to fulfill single sheet of paper like this. In fact, Nemit, New Height, and Santos, they are here. They are probably my biggest suppliers. But it's headache fulfilling our simple requirements. Why are we doing something different from what the other parts of the world are doing? In most countries, they are beginning to consolidate the wholesale section. In the US, for example, where they used to have about 20,000 wholesalers, now there are 3 big wholesalers in the whole of US. Only 3. Cardinal, Amerisource, and McKessie. And those are the ones that supply everybody, irrespective of where you are in the US. My feeling now is that because we have made the wholesale section, or wholesale structure of our system for all commerce, the current wholesalers, sorry to use that word, are becoming lazy. Let's put it that way. Lazy in the sense that as a retailer, I have no business moving around the whole place looking for stock to buy. I should go to give my request to one wholesaler. In fact, I sit in my office and he brings the whole thing to me. In fact, in most parts of the world, retailers get their stock requirement 2 or 3 times a day. If I take a sheet to Nemit or New Height today, before that stock can enter my system, it will take like 4 to 5 days. Reason that the stock have to come, somebody have to impute it, we have to do that, we have to do that. I have to set up a big distribution warehouse. Why should I do that? Why can't I have a cross-docking system? So what I'm basically saying is that we have to fundamentally look at it. If we want to structure our pharmaceutical supply chain, if we want to avoid charlatans from coming in, if we want to do the track and trace that we are talking about, we must begin to look at the number of people that are involved at that wholesale section. And this idea of giving wholesale license to all, I don't think is the right thing. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. I think a lot of retail people in the retail pharmacy also want a situation where they can get all their requirements from one source, maximum 2 sources. Rather than, it's even out of that 1,300 wholesalers that we have, some people will tell you, I'm only carrying 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 products. Some will say, I'm only carrying GSK products. Okay, what do you want me to do? If I want to buy 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 product, GSK product, I have to start running around the whole place. We don't have time for that. Our business is to satisfy our customers. So let's get to a situation where the regulator will say, okay, these are the people that are big in this wholesale distribution. Let's give them the structure to become bigger, to have structure to supply around the whole country. I know we live in a free market economy. People want to come in, do the business, and go out. But we must begin to regulate, begin to say, okay, this is not a free-for-all section anymore. Let's get people already there, let them consolidate or make them stronger so that they can do the proper logistics and distribution of pharmaceuticals. That's my first take. Another thing I need to talk about in regarding, I'm speaking on behalf of the of retailers, is and the pharmaceutical supply chain is reverse logistics. Okay. How do we deal with expired products? How do we deal with returns? As we speak right now, retailers, if I'm not saying the truth, let me know. But the truth of the matter is a lot of us are bogged down with products that are expired and in our premises. They are there. In other clients, the manufacturers or the wholesalers say, when your products are expiring or about to expire, just bring them in. If I will come to collect them from you. But it doesn't happen here. Most of this, sometimes when we go to buy things from wholesalers or from wherever, it's final say. You have bought it, you have paid, you are now on your own. If it expires, deal with it. That is even one leg. But the most worrisome part of it is that from time to time, a message will come from STPN that, okay, NAFDAC is going to destroy an expired product. Everybody bring out your expired product. Then 2 days later, sorry, don't worry, we are not going that route again. Deal with it yourself. And let's not deceive ourselves. Products expire in our premises day in, day out. So our reverse logistics is not working. And a lot of us end up, reverse logistics is also a big part of supply chain, pharmaceutical supply chain. And now we are talking of circular economy. We are talking of closed loop economy. We are talking of sustainability. These products get dumped in the environment, and they destroy our environment. I don't know. I think that's one area we also need to look at. Who bears responsibility for expired products? And who takes those products off from the retailers? Those are issues that we retailers are also facing in the supply chain. But at the end of the day, for us,
it's technology that will drive everything, as I have said, technology and collaboration. So we call it coordination and collaboration. Coordination will come through technology, information sharing, electronic data interchange. Then collaboration, how do we build trust? How do we build commitment? I also know that one of the issues we face as retailers is payment to our wholesalers. But that's a discussion for another day.
Thank you very much.
If we start that one now, we will not leave this place.
Thank you so much. You have actually spoken well from the point of the regulated. And the 3 issues arose from your discussion from Pharmacist Okafor and your own contribution. Number 1 is that the need for a robust technology that can help drive the pharmaceutical supply system. And number 2 is the need for standardization of the players. Because what point is it that I'm having so number of wholesalers who are basically retailers, who are not just able to fulfill, which means the need to fulfill your orders is not met. Each time you need to run around the place to get it done, and that means it's a time loss and so many things on your side. Number 3 thing you mentioned is the issue of reverse logistics. And I want to also say at this point in time, I've also witnessed certain situations where some pharmaceutical suppliers, drug companies, even go dump these expired drugs on the common waste trucks on the streets. I had a cause to speak to one of the reps, and what she told me is that the company says whatever we do with it, we do with it. Which means reverse logistics, which is supposed to be part of the instrument of good drug distribution, is also a problem. And that is why it's also giving room to many people who are unscrupulous with what they do. Changing of dates, changing of parts, because there's a product to handle. So I will go to NAFDAC. They have spoken on 3 issues. Technology. I'm not limiting you, okay, but we'll talk about what they have said, then you can add more. So technology, they have spoken about it. Reverse logistics, they have spoken about it. And to Pharmacy Babashewu, standardization for the practitioners in the drug distribution system. Over to you, sir. Okay, let's go to NAFDAC first. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Pharmacist Ajibade. I said don't limit me because, you asked some very close-ended questions. And I want to open it up a bit, if you don't mind. I will still touch on maybe a little bit of what has been said. It's very interesting to hear different perspectives because every time you put a group together, different things come into the mix. Yeah. And it is, I think we're at a very special time. Every season you are in presents a different opportunity. We do know that we are not reinventing the wheel, but unfortunately, we have a special situation on our ground. I don't think the situation that we have here exists anywhere, so we have to have tailor-made solutions to address the issues that we have. Yes, a retail pharmacy is trying to stock, and he has to go to 5, 6, 7 wholesalers, distributors to get products for patients. Technology can and should answer that question, and it's not necessarily a brick and mortar solution. We're in the digital age, and my understanding is that even within the pharmaceutical space, the e-commerce option has been put forward. So for me, I think that might be one of the easier things to fix, because there are enough brick and mortar that could combine and have an e-tool or an e-platform where Mr. Heman will sit in his office, place his order, a courier will pick the product and supply it to him. That is the ideal situation, and I think we can do that. But if we go a little bit open-ended, and I know the keynote speaker talked about local production, medicine security, health security, and many of us know that has been a discourse in many of our sessions and in many of the pharma platforms. And for us in NAFDAC, it's very critical and strategic that we support local manufacture of products that we have capacity to produce. We've been very deliberate in that regard. There are several policies that speak to that. we have the NAFDAC ceiling list, we have the 5+5, we also have the federal import prohibition. Some of those are newer in the scene, but we're very deliberate in that attempt for products that we know local farmer has capacity. We want to ensure that we support local farmer, appreciating also the disruptions that COVID exposed us all to. So that's one part of it. Now, when you also look at the competencies and the capacities that exist, many of us make reference to farmer curriculums. I don't know, as at today, well, I'm a regulator, so let me be biased. If any of the farmer schools offer regulatory affairs or regulatory science, I'm talking of in Nigeria now. I stand corrected still, but we've continued to say it, that if you don't have a curriculum that captures the essence of many of the things that are critical now, we need to go back and look at that. So we're talking about good distribution. How many pharmacists did good distribution within the 4 or 5 years of pharmacy school? Many people who are practicing in that space made a deliberate attempt to learn some of those competencies. So that's another area we need to look at. A lot has been said about the IT, so I won't say too much about that. But I think we might all need to take a step back, and it's good we're having this foray, and appreciate the different perspectives from which this topic needs to be addressed. Whether we like it or not, economics is a large part of this puzzle, or the lack thereof. Unfortunately, many players within the pharma space come from differing backgrounds. And I know that majority of people in this hall today are pharmacists, so you will not be offended. I'm also a pharmacist. If I say when we talk about the financial wherewithal to be able to sustain the economic end of it, sometimes it's not always there. So it's a factor you need to talk about, where you have a requirement, and I know there was talk about access to funds and what's the cost of funds, for example. So when you have players that can access those funds that are not necessarily within your professional space, I hope you understand what I'm saying, then those are issues also that we need to look at. But the bridge between professionalism, economic gain, and actually having access to quality products is something that we also need to look at. If I was to comment about the issue of close down of certain, I want to be very diplomatic, close down of certain operations, I think within the history of this country, such has been attempted before. And if you don't have an alternative to prefer, you have a problem. I'm just stating a fact. So in trying to address that, we are in the IT age, we are in the disruptive age, where we need to have innovative solutions to even old problems. The pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors, there are almost 100 of you, Mr. Okafor, almost 100. Almost 100 wholesalers and distributors within this association alone. 100 of you together can do something innovative. Can't 100 of you have a platform where all your products are put together, where with one click, a retailer like Mr. Ikeja will access and see all the products that are accessible within your space? Is that something you're considering? Because really, the only person that is going to fix this is yourselves. We're all included. Nobody is going to come from outer space to fix this. So we need to start looking at solutions that will be very deliberate. For for us in the regulatory space, you see, I tend to hold back a little bit when we're talking, and we're talking as NAFDAC. And you asked about timelines, and I always tend to hold back because if you're not part of preferring the solution, yes, NAFDAC can come out and say, by so and so day, A, B, and C must happen. And then it doesn't happen, and what happens? But if you're part of preferring the solution and you say, okay, we are committing to do this by so and so day, NAFDAC joined this on this mission, and by 1 year from today, PWDAN will have a digital platform or digital tool where people can order, you have been part of the solution. Traceability is very key. It is an element that you cannot take away from a secure supply chain. Many of the jurisdictions are already employing it. We are coming in, and there is nothing that you can do to say it doesn't have a benefit. It has a clear benefit up to the bedside, where you can scan a product. It can help you with your inventory management. It can help you with securing the product. It can help you with tracing where the product came from. It can help you know where the product is going. It can help you identify if your supply chain has been infiltrated. So traceability is something that should be 100% buy-in to this group. We shouldn't have to sell it to you. Many of you are already using it at point of sale. You're scanning products in. You're scanning in a QR or a barcode. You're already implementing traceability, but you're using it only for that functionality. It has more benefits to the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica. You have touched basically on so many areas, and you have spoken copiously on technology. And you have also put it to the doorsteps of the players that if you guys can come up with solutions, tell us. NAFDAC will see what we can do to make sure that it works. And I think that's one of the very good green cards we can get from this meeting. Registrar incoming.
Thank you very
Standardization.
much. Thank you. And before I go into the issues, I would have wished that my brother actually take through the aspect of retailers not really meeting up their obligations with wholesalers. He decided to be, he wants to take regulators up on all. They also want to be safe, protected, what concerns him most. Back to the issue. As regards the issue of curriculum, yes, what we had in those days is no longer what we have now. There's a lot of designing going on that will make it different. In fact, we are approaching the curriculum now from the point of experiential teaching and learning. Okay. It's no longer going to be people only within the university system. The challenge we are having is, people speak good things, but when it comes to their territory, you see them being protective. We are looking for a situation whereby somebody like Net Pharmacy, who is doing well, goes into a university system and take courses on, in the area of retail pharmacy, and PWDAN coming in to discuss issues of this, because we don't want to take it from the textbook perspective. But you see the university system asking you, these people are coming in as what? Is this as adjunct lecturers? What is the definition of somebody that should be an adjunct lecturer? These are not issues that we're talking about. We're talking about, but we'll get there. We'll get there to ensure that, because we have engaged them, and we have engaged the academics among them, and they also realize the deficiencies in the system. Now, back to the issue of registration of wholesalers and maybe making an attempt to standardize them. I hope we also know that these wholesalers don't only exist to service retail pharmacies. The hospital pharmacies are also there. They're also a good number. And I don't know whether we have taken time to find out what is the statistics of this 1,300 within the context of the total market market space they're supposed to supply. I think, in as much as I agree that there is need to up the game in terms of standardizing or in terms of upping the parameter for registration as wholesale, I do not agree that the 1,300, is a big number. It's not yet a big number. But I agree. In fact, what PWDAN has brought on board clearly shows that we can improve on the criteria for registration. But mind you, let me also tell you that the process for establishing criteria when it comes to regulations is usually handled by the Lower Ethics Committee of Council. The president of the Pharmaceutical Society chairs that committee, so that we will also be better informed that PCN is not just bringing out these things. These things are coming out from among ourselves, and perhaps from one of our leaders, group of our leaders, because he is not alone, but he chairs it. You have deans of faculties of pharmaceutical services. You have directors of pharmaceutical services. You also have representatives of PSN who are also members of council. In this, these things can go as proposal to such committees. Of course, it will not stop there. Let me tell you that the registry of PCN does not just come up with those decisions alone. It passes through processes. From Lower Ethics Committee, it will go to the governing council. And the governing council is comprised of about 72 members. And these things are debated and deliberated. And of course, I know there are wide stakeholders consultations. So let's not just put it or see it as something coming from the PCN, that building you see in Abuja, and then they just determine, the direction of how things go. It goes through a process. We are part of this process. We can make suggestions. And of course, it will be looked at, within the framework of what the law has put down. And I think we will all be part of the solution. Thank
you very much, Pharmacist Babashehu. Well, you have spoken copiously, talking about the curriculum. And while the keynote speaker was speaking earlier on, he did mention that what we need for people to experience the real practice out there from the angle of the practitioners is not just 1 hour lecture. It's about institutionalizing that structure. And you're already doing it already. So we believe strongly very soon, once that is done, and people able to see that, look, we need to begin to have experiential training. Obviously, that will be one of the things that will change the scenario. To NAFDAC, I will still come back to you maybe a bit later. The issue of reverse logistics, you need to speak to us. But then, before then, I will come to the pharmaceutical manufacturers. And one of the things that we have identified as one of the propellants of chaotic drug distribution also is some level of all these promotions that we do. And we know very well that people don't have capacity to buy 10. You are giving them commission to buy 1,000. And in fact, many of the people today, when they buy from the manufacturers, they buy and sell at cost. And they wait for the end of the year to collect commission. And it's also a problem. Because you are giving room for people to do what they like with your products, in as much as there is something that is coming from the industry. And when we look at this issue of drug distribution, there is no way the manufacturers, the importers, will not take a very good position. That position must be, first of all, be empathetic with the situation we find ourselves. Yes, it is business, but then we cannot afford to put business all over ahead of human life. And so for me, and for many of us, we feel strongly that the pharmaceutical industry also needs to begin to decelerate some of these activities. Why can't we allow the system to organically generate demand based on right marketing principle? I was in May & Baker, I was in Pfizer, and I knew what I was trained on how to generate prescription, to generate demand. But today, the only thing that generates demand now is financial incentives. So what are we doing? And what can you do for us? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I still believe that, number one, the more you have people who are enlightened, the more you have an organized system, the more you're likely going to get these things work better. Of course, I do agree that when there are incentives, of course, it's not just in the pharmaceutical business, it's in every business. Incentives drive your pull-through. And oftentimes, you can make margin in different ways. But what is important is there are minimum standards. I think that's what we should be committed to, minimum standard. And I'll just touch on something that he talked about, and you were talking about reverse logistics. If we understand that as a wholesaler, as a distributor, that there is a minimum standard in terms of how you manage the products that you get from whichever company. So if I'm doing a promotion to you to buy 1,000, and you know that you have the ability only to sell 500, and you take 1,000, if it's your money you're using to buy it, and you're likely to lose your money, you should go to the next step, which is, if I don't finish selling this, what do I do with it? And let me be honest with you. I sign on my table severally products that are returning because they have expired. Because, yes, you can talk about it's difficult for retailers, but wholesalers and distributors, especially distributors, they will return it to you. But we also have signed something that when this product is 6 months to expire, let me know. But many of them are not going to let you know until it has expired in their system. So for me, I think those are the minimum standards we need to put in place, which is, if I'm forcing you to buy something and you know that 6 months down the line, you're going to tell me I will return it, I'll rather keep it and let you sell as you're able to sell and all of that. But that also means that if you're also enticed by promotion, I'm also going to be willing to take back that money that you got from me in the products you didn't sell. But the important thing really is, and there's no, much of my experience has been with multinationals, there is no replacement for demand generation. And because we do not have much technology, there is no company that will tell you, I know what my demand pattern is. No company will be able to do that. And you are in a competitive space. So we always tend to think that there is demand out. And let's even be honest, with the population we have in Nigeria, we have not even scratched the surface, but we need to do the right things. And we also need to get distribution working well. We are fighting in Lagos, but there are people outside of Lagos that do not have these products. So if we have good distribution, we'll have the ability for the wholesaler here to be able to cover enough people and have this product to go through. So, and I like to say that the companies are not as many as other arms of the business is, so it's easy to regulate us, and sometimes we're even over-regulated. That's the truth. Sometimes we're over-regulated because where will I run to? Where will I run to? But I like to say that this kind of interaction is going to be very instructive, which is, if you do your first in, first out, if you teach your people how to manage these things, and you contact me 6 months that some of these products are likely going to expire. And this could also work with the wholesaler. If the wholesaler knows that, 6 months to the expiration, you can alert me, and I will alert the company. These things can work seamlessly. And I'll prefer my products come back to me than to get into the wrong hands and get to the patient.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aja. Dr. Monica, you want to speak about the reverse logistics? And after this session, after her contribution, we'll be open to all of us to come up with comments, questions. If you have something you want to add to the discussion, we'll be able to welcome it just after Dr. Monica.
Thank you very much for the question. Reverse logistics here creates or has created a very special, different situation. In many climes where the structures are very well defined, the products go back through wholesalers, credit notes are issued to wholesalers and retailers, and it goes down the either reworking or destruction as may be. In that whole discourse, to my mind, the regulator is not actively involved. But here, we have a system where the destruction of expired products has regulatory input from NAFDAC. I would agree the system has not been perfected, because I can understand a little bit of what has been said here. And part of the problem, in quote, is who bears the cost of distribution. It's easier if, for example, like the MD of May and Baker has said, he gets products back to him. He's a manufacturer that's on the ground. If I ask those that are importers of products, do they take those products back down the line when they are 6 months, 3 months to expiry? Is there a specific framework, procedure in place, agency-wide, that is accepted by everybody? I'm willing to bet the answer is no. But in an attempt to try and address those situations, NAFDAC does have a framework. It's not airtight yet, but there are costs as part of that process. And I think somewhere along the line, that's where it gets dicey for, like, Mr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, when he wants to get NAFDAC to pick up products for destruction, which is what will happen, he got to bear the cost. Yes. Is it NAFDAC that will bear the cost? You know, these are the realities. I'm just saying it as it is. So we need to figure out how best to do it. The other part of this which really bothers me is the impact on the environment as we destroy pharmaceuticals. We're not in support of all these bonfires, but for the most part, that's what you see. We have several attempts to put in some eco-friendly destruction modes. So it is an area that we really, really need to look at. Unfortunately, in the community practice, the reality is you will have products that will expire. I don't think there's any wholesaler, distributor, or retailer who will tell you otherwise. Who bears that cost?
Thank you. So from what you have said, basically, it is evident that if there is a system in place and we're able to have what is called business intelligence, which will tell us this season, this is what quantity of my product that can go into the community. If there are disease situation that erupts a certain particular period of the year, this is the quantity of the products that I know my company will be able to provide. Obviously, I think it's also one of the areas we can actually mitigate that aspect, because with good business intelligence apparatus in place, and I believe strongly technology is still pointing at technology anyway at that point. So I go to the audience. From the audience, we have actually spoken on several areas, looking at how do we knock this issue, how do we ensure that we come out of this place. It is good to note that in 2012, Turkey implemented the technology, and they became the first on the global that implemented that technology, whereby drugs consumption is only bought and found only in community pharmacies and some hospital pharmacies. And as at today, even US, some European countries, they are just trying to start up. So they have to copy from Turkey. And you will now speak. And as a country, as Nigeria, can't we also come up with a solution? Can't we also have homegrown solution to our problems? And this is the opportunity that this event has given to us. So I will go to the audience now. You have something to say? Okay, I can see one person there. One, let me just give us numbers so that we'll be able to we'll be able to go. Two, okay, three. What? Is that so 3 from 1. Okay, let's get more people. So I have 3, 4, 5. Just note your number. 5, right? 6. No, just wait. How many people? Okay, we take 5. 5 is okay because of time. Maybe if we have more time, we'll go back again. So let's go to number 3 because you have the mic.
Okay, my name is 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, president of Nairo Farm. I want to commend the association for what they've done thus far for the past 1 year. Why? Because that space that they occupy has been vacant. And it's really a big challenge without them coming in, even if it's a small part of it they're feeling, because they are bigger than the numbers that they have right now. But I just want to say one or two things regarding, because it's been a challenge for us in the industry. I'm coming from the point of we importers, for example, and we know this issue of do not go to the retail, which of course, it is only when the structure is fully sorted that we can stop going to retail. Because if I have a new product, definitely I can't depend on the wholesale to be able to sell it. And of course, we keep on launching. We're a market that we keep on importing or producing new things. So that's a problem, but we need to find a solution. But I believe that the low-hanging fruit for me, from the angle I'm looking at it, with a so-called discussion we're having for years now, and all of us are involved, is that they might be able to initiate something. If amongst them, they're small, but if amongst them they can start that connection with the retail. Because people will probably be looking at the ease they will create in the process. It's just like Chris said, that sitting in the office is easy for them, and they place their orders and all that. So I believe strongly that they can help the process, because if we wait for PCN to do all this big market stuff, a political will is what will make it happen. You've been on it for many years. Onitsha was supposed to have started, but when the governor did not buy into it, or power that be told the governor not to agree, there were delays. Because I've been involved in the process too for many years, and we have got to the point some of us are giving up. But we're not going to give up, because we know that once we sanitize IT going forward, it will solve our problem. So I want to encourage the group that they should not look at their small number. Okay, they should just try to use that, and then all of us can tie in. Now, the technology platform is also a big issue, because again, it's expensive, no matter what it is. But there must be a way to go about it to get it started somehow. We've discussed that extensively as well. So I think everybody, the whole industry needs to come around again and relook at that thing, and not leave it to just PSN, which we initially were hoping that they would drive it for all of us. And it's not easy because there are too many interests. But all of us come around a table again and sit down and really look at the easiest way to start small. And in the process, we can actually achieve something. That is just what I want to contribute. And on the financial side too, the retailers are a big challenge for the wholesalers. They give them problem. So, again, we might need to look at how the retailers themselves can access finance easily without having to do so much stress, since there's a procedure of regulation for that aspect. There was a time that pharmacists can go to a bank with their certificate and get some money, whether it is 1 million naira or 5 million naira. A couple of years ago, banks were offering that. Okay, it must have been abused. Probably that's why it stopped. So I believe that the challenge the wholesalers are having with the retailers, they can help them on the financial side too, by retailers looking at how they can come together and have banks offering that, so that they will know automatically, because the system is supposed to make it sure such that if you go to a bank or if you buy from an wholesaler and you need to pay, your bank will just pay on your behalf. So the wholesaler will be more comfortable with that. So that's the other aspect of it that wasn't being talked about today. But it disrupts the system. Because if I'm not getting paid, I don't want that retailer. I don't want the retailer in the system. So I will stop there, because there's quite a lot that we need to talk about.
𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. And I would like to say at this point that you have made a contribution to the extent that the wholesalers need to integrate very well with the retailers. And that way, the ability to be able to have a seamless distribution will be enhanced. And what you also mentioned about finance, I believe strongly ACPN is doing something in that direction. I still saw a message this morning where they are actually partnering with Polaris, and I think it's a way to go. So number one.
Who's number one?
Please come to the front.
Were you number one or number two? Jonah, I'm going to hold the microphone. You will talk.
Well, first, I want to thank PWDAN for this wonderful program.
And I want to say, so much has been said here. My fear is that I hope it will not be lost on us. I don't know if a team was set up before this program was done to make sure that the issues that come up from this program are articulated and dealt with appropriately and assigned to whoever is concerned. If that has not been done, I want to plead that maybe the video should be taken and a team assigned to that. Then speaking directly to some of the issues I want to raise, listening to the keynote address and something Dr. Monica said, let's start with the money, the economics. Who owns the money that runs or finances our sector? Most of that money does not come from us. For me, it's not about asking that professionals should be the one owning the industry. No. Rather, for me, it's about value creation. I think what we should be more concerned about is about value creation. Value creation and security for everybody who is a stakeholder. Whether you are an investor, whether you are a professional, whether you are a manufacturer, whether you are a regulator. And that brings me to the regulator aspect. I think for me, the idea of regulators should become something that should empower stakeholders and practitioners in the industry. I don't see any reason why something Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 has done before, where a small person, somebody is manufacturing in the room, a regulator goes there and says, I'm doing an illegal thing, close down that place. No. Okay, what are you doing? This thing you are doing is not the right way to do it. Okay, do it this way, do it this way. We begin to build the capacity of our people. We begin to raise the bar. When the keynote speaker was speaking, he talked about 10,000 manufacturers in India. There is nothing wrong with us having 1,000 manufacturers here. We can achieve that if our regulator begin to take our manufacturers now by the hand and lead them. Then finally, I want to
Okay, can you summarize, please?
Yeah, I've said that. Then finally, I want to talk about medical reps because that's something happened recently. I want to mention in product, thank God we are all pharmacists. 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮𝐞. As a retailer, I buy products hoping that somebody will come and patronize me. Many times those products expire on me. As a young pharmacist, we used to have things like medical reps go around town to go and raise awareness about products amongst medical doctors, hospitals, private hospitals. I think that aspect of our practice seems to have been de-emphasized. So the manufacturers, importers will need to do more in that aspect. Thank you.
Number two.
Are you number two? Well, fine. My name is Deyemi Saka. I'm not a pharmacist. I'm a media practitioner. But I just want to say this. Allow me. I just want to come with simple economics. We believe, I think I want to ask the manufacturers that do they put into consideration economic realities? Because as we speak today, the purchasing power of an average Nigerian has reduced. Forex is high. And you've churned out these products, and for me, my own opinion, I believe this is what is responsible for why Nigerians embrace self-medication, embrace alternative therapy, because, for instance, augmentin, that used to be like 1,000 some few years ago, is now 4,500 naira. And average Nigerian would think, rather than buy augmentin, let me just go take bitter cola. Ogbo has antibiotics properties. And again, if you don't, my own thing, if you don't put all these into consideration, you produce, and I think this is responsible for the glut of expired products on the shelves. Because people don't get to buy, and these drugs are there, and that's why a lot of people are complaining about this reverse, logistic. So I don't know if there's any way maybe NAFDAC regulators can come, go around manufacturers and tell them either to cut down or make sure their production is in tune with the economic realities on ground.
Thank you very much. That means they must exist in a different country where cost of production is very cheap. Thank you very much. Number four.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. A couple of things I have here for different people. The first problem I believe we are facing in this country is that we don't seem to have a widespread of national health service, apart from those that are working with the government, nobody seems to be entitled to just basic health. So obviously, it is very difficult for us to know the quantity we need to manufacture to serve the whole country. So there is a possibility that the manufacturers will overproduce because all they're thinking of is the gain and what comes out of it. I'm not condemning that. If only we could have that, then we know we have a number. We have what and who to target and how to go about it. And when it comes to NAFDAC, fair enough, you are regulating, but then we still have people that still bring things in that they're far from regulation. And there is no means in which any pharmacy can actually detect the original from the fake. Because those that are affected, they've perfected it so much that it is difficult unless you have an inner sight. And also, to the government again, our roads, our transportation, the security, our safety, the manpower, very, very poor. That is why you have every road with little boxes, everybody trying to engage themselves so that they can put food on the table. A lot of people are not being employed, so it is very difficult for them. And to my colleague, I happen to be an wholesaler and a retailer too. If you play with your numbers, that is needs pharmacy. If you know your numbers, you know how many you sell or how many you have sold. If you can project, I have 10,000 people on this. Let me just buy the 10,000 or 8,000. I have a manufacturer not too far. If I've sold that, and then I can always buy more. But if they come with a very tempting offer, buy 2,000, don't worry, you will sell. Then you sell. If you can. If you're not, it sits there. It expires on you. NAFDAC will not take it. Your rep carries it in a vehicle that is overheated. Then at the end of the day, it gets to the end user or not. It doesn't matter. All we just need is to make an end. If only we can make use of our figure. This is the amount I've sold last month. This is the amount I'm likely, with just a little mark, then we will surely get there. Another thing is regarding monitoring and the quantity of what we push to the rep to carry. We insist. We tell them this is how much we are paying them. But if you can sell this much, then you will get this many. Then they become so greedy that they will take even what they cannot sell. And they find their way to the open market as long as they can get a little profit on it. Technology is very, very essential. In UK, which seems to have an experience, at the push of a button, you have AAH, you have 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, you have Europa, any wholesalers. And everybody's figure will actually come up. If it's aspirin, 75p, AH, somebody will sell 54p. And your system will be able to choose who you want to send your order to, so that it comes from that. Those that I can supply once a week, you know them. Those that does it like twice, even in a day, AH and 𝐕𝐞𝐴. So you know, depending on what you want to do at that time, if you can wait a week, fair enough. If not, you want your order supply. I pray that we'll be able to do that.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, sir, yes, sir, and another thing is patient returns. The government are meant to take patient returns. When they bring things that it cannot use or somebody passed away, it is the duty of our government to take it, NAFDAC, to destroy it properly. That's why you see things being thrown on the everywhere. So if we could do that, I'm sure Nigeria will be a better place.
Thank you so much. You have made very good contributions. And in fact, I believe strongly all the people on this side of the table, they are taking notes on the areas that concerns them. Do anybody want to respond to anything? Because I know many things that has been spoken, we have actually spoken about them here. I mean, the issue of national health coverage is also government policy. So if something, you want to speak to any one of them, then I'll go to the last person.
Thank you very much. I think there are three areas I will just very quickly comment on. I think Jonah spoke about regulators closing down facilities instead of holding hands. You have to be relative in how you apply that, because it's very clear that you need NAFDAC approval to make, we're talking about pharmaceuticals here. So if somebody is making paracetamol in his bathroom or his kitchen, when we find him, we should be holding hands? I don't think so. So let's be very clear about what we're saying. That being said, we are working with industry, those who are doing things the right way. They can attest to the fact that we're working very closely with them. So let's be clear about that. The gentleman from the media, he spoke about expired products on the shelf and cutting down production. I think that's really for industry, but I don't think it's that clear cut, you know. I know they have projections and volumes, so they can speak to that. But I know he said about NAFDAC telling them how much to produce. We really don't go into that. You know, those are commercial discussions. Once you meet our standard, if you decide to produce 1 or 1 million, you know, that's not for us. The lady spoke about products coming in and not knowing the original from the fake. You see, and that speaks to, again, traceability. That speaks to the use of technology. If you know, we had the mobile authentication service to try and address some of those issues. If we have a full deployment of traceability, that will address some of that issue. But in the meantime, enforcement activities are stepped up. And many of these problems cannot be taken in isolation. We have social issues that affect pretty much everything that we do. We can't discountenance that. So those really exist, and they are cross-cutting in nature. So within that, we have to find a way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monica. You want to respond, Patrick? Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Some things were mentioned that I want to respond to. Number one, in terms of knowing what to produce and all of that, one issue that we've all talked about is stock out is also a major issue. So to the extent that we do not have a standard NHS or documentation that allows you to know this is the number of tablets of paracetamol that was used last year, and you can extrapolate that. But as companies, it's easy for me to know what I sold last year. So when you're building your budget, oftentimes you use that. No manufacturer will be stupid to go and double what you did last year. So we normally use these projections and all of that. So when you have done that, it allows you to begin to gauge what you're telling your people to do. So yes, I know there are promotions, but these promotions were not stupid to go and double what, because eventually it's going to come back to you. But having said that, I think with the growth of the industry, and as we begin this network, we'll actually help ourselves. When this group here begin to digitalize their operations, the feedback comes to us, because it's easy for us to know all our distributors, what they have capacity to do. When we know that, then it monitors what we also do. That way, you're not out of stock, and we're also not overproducing. Having said that, I also want to say a couple of other things that companies like us are doing to help the system. I know that many of us, we could import products from India, from a couple of other places, and if there is a challenge, you don't know what to do with it. So companies like us with excess capacity, we're also doing some things now, which is contract manufacturing. To be honest, I've said this severally. Instead of running helter-skelter to bring one container or half a container of something, you can discuss with me, and I have the ability to bring enough API that will serve 5 of you in contract manufacturing, and you don't have to go all the hell hog running all over the place. So as we begin to have companies doing those kinds of things, So somebody has talked about collaboration and not working in silos. These are things that are going to help us. If we do not have so many people running around bringing the same things, and NAFDAC will have fewer people to regulate, the ports will have fewer things to manage, and at the same time we'll still get to meet our needs, is going to be very, very important. And that also goes to the money part of it, being able to regulate how much money you need to get, and a whole lot of, but I said we have started something. Interactions are going to help us, and of course, digitalizing our operations is also going to make it a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. 𝐃𝐿.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, what the industry said is ripe. Many a time we pass the buck, but we have just started something. I will plead that we snowball this panel discussion into a workshop for us to get it right through collaboration. My colleague talked about we have started in our operations using ERP in our budgeting. That's why when the industry come with giving stock, we tell them this is what we can absorb in a given time. But there again, we discover that we are having ethics competing with merchandising, and that's where the problem comes. The industry wants to sell their stock, but ethics will tell us not to. We are now asking questions: who bears the funding or the loss in expiration, which the regulators are asking? So to go about it, NAFDAC have started something. When you consider narcotics, you discover that they normally benchmark on the quantity to be used in a country in a particular year. And we have had issues where a particular molecule is being registered by so many companies, and that is giving stress. And that is giving stress. That's where you have a lot of competitors pressurizing the wholesalers to stock these different brands. It becomes a problem. But now NAFDAC has placed certain ban on certain molecules from registration. That is the way to go. We have talked about issue. I love what I learned some terminologies from the keynote speaker. He talked about deglobalization. Can we look into our own space and know what best suits us, rather than adopting another country's model? You can bring it and remodel it to suit your own system. So, like I said before, this is the first engagement. The second one, we have a robust time to draw up a 1-day or 2-day workshop that will do actually the collaboration that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emir from Mr. 𝐃𝐿.
All right.
You want to also say something?
Yeah, just a round-up on my own side. All I see here that we must have some form of collaboration, which everybody have talked about. I also think that one of the fallout of this meeting should be for the wholesalers, well, maybe the manufacturers, but for me, because my supply chain at this point in time ends at the wholesaler end, because I don't deal directly with them, except of course those that come to sell to us directly. But I'm also thinking that we must have some collaboration in some form of having a committee among these three people, maybe the manufacturers, the wholesalers, and the retailers. Because at the end of the day, the thing that can solve our problem is technology. That's the truth. pharmaceutical supply chain is a fairly complex one. It's a fairly complex one, you know. I know the lady just now talked about, you know your demand, you forecast, and you buy. Yeah, that's good. But truly speaking, irrespective of what you do, you're going to be faced with expiration in the pharmaceutical supply chain. The reason is very simple. Sometimes you don't even know the disease pattern. You don't know what's coming to hit you. You don't know. Just the time doesn't work in pharmaceutical supply chain. It doesn't work. If somebody is bitten by a snake and the person rushes into this thing, you probably don't have antivenom there, and just the time you don't have it, you don't stock it. Even if you might have antivenom 1 year, no snake bite, and it gets expired. Worldwide, there's always that issue in the pharmaceutical supply chain. Just the time just doesn't work. The reason is simple. Because we want to make sure people are healthy, we want to make sure, health is very important. Shortages are not allowed. And if shortages are not allowed, you end up having excess inventory. And at the end of the day, those inventory will eventually expire. That is the truth, worldwide. We're even talking of expiration here. If I give you figures of expiration, people encounter in other parts of the world is homologous. So irrespective of what we do, that's why they say in the pharmaceutical supply chain, Solomon will tell you that's what they call stochastic demand. Demand is uncertain. That is the truth. It's very uncertain. But my own end is, as a retailer, is what we want for this pharmaceutical supply chain is visibility. I want to sit in my office and know where the stock is. And the only way we can achieve that is through digitization. We must have a platform where the wholesalers and the retailers interact. I know a lot of people are doing things in silos, like I said. You have a software that attends to this, you have a software that attends to this. That doesn't work. We must have a platform, a digital asset that all of us can log into. Before this meeting, I was discussing with Ochukwu, I was saying something in that direction. But again, to do that, we must speak common language. We must all operate from the same database. Whether it's going to be through barcode or NADAC number or whatever, there must be a code all of us use interacting with each other. Our computers need to talk to each other. I want to sit in my office and send an order electronically, and I sit in my office and know how to name it to deliver. That is the way I want to go. Because if you want to talk about the track and trace, and you don't have this computer language of the coding and all that, sorry, we're not going to move. We're not going to move an inch from where we are. So for us, for the retail end, is visibility. We want to know where the stock is and where we can get it. We don't want to be running around the whole place looking for stock anymore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, we may not be able to take any other question at this point because of time. We have actually overshot our design time. And at this level, I want to just have your wrapping up words from Dr. Monica. Do you have anything to say again? From Mrs. Babashew, anything to contribute more? The collaborative efforts.
Collaboration.
Yes, it should be hastened.
The other point that came out from one of the people that spoke is something that is not directly related here, but which we should also take away from here. The country should approach the health system from an integrative perspective. Reason being that if you are looking at even the referral system, it will tell you from primary health care to the secondary health care to the tertiary health care. Where is the place of the private health clinic? Where is the place of the community pharmacy? We need to be well integrated so that we will be able to have a good perspective and a functional health system.
Thank you very much. Do you still have anything to say, from Mr. Kafo?
Yeah, like I said, we have started a journey. And one of the key elements that the keynote address speaker talked about is channel cannibalization, which is on the front burner. And until we address such, we cannot have a civilized distribution system. I discovered that the supply chain distribution is more chaotic now than we met it, or I personally met it 39 years ago when I graduated as a pharmacist. So, and it's equally going to be more if we don't checkmate it. We are going to the cloud through digitalization. It still fall on the regulators to regulate the cyberspace. The PCN must build structure and capacity, both in personnel and infrastructure, to police the e-commerce platform. So on that note, I want us to collaborate. I want us to look into the Ghana initiative of having a chamber of pharmacy, housing all the different stakeholders in pharma distribution. Through that, they've been able to mitigate their own challenges. And we're able to talk. I'm talking about workshop for us to, let us start from there because we migrate into having a chamber, whereby we talk with one voice. So with that, we'll be able to try as much as possible to talk to one another and mark our reach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Okafor. Do you have anything to say more, Pharmacist Hime?
Not much. Just to say that I still emphasize that collaboration and coordination. I think irrespective of what the regulators are doing, Babashe just mentioned the fact that the Kano Coordinator Wholesale Center will soon be open. The work is in progress in other ones. Yeah, NAFDAC is doing its own bit, but we, the operators, the actors in the pharmaceutical supply chain, let's begin to have a platform where we can talk and we can see how we can employ technology to make our lives easy. That's.
Thank you so much, Pharmacist Haja.
So just to say that when we talk about so many problems like this, sometimes it gets overwhelming, but the place to start is, can we pick one thing and start working on it now? So if we can just find from all these discussions we've had, what within our reach can we begin to work on now? Is it already the collaboration of this group in making sure that there's visibility of what you do and how you serve these guys better? Instead of fixing everything, can we just pick one area that we can already address and start working on it? And I'll key into what the keynote address speaker said, just do it.
Thank you so much for all the contributions. Can we give them a round of applause? Basically, this session has actually brought out what we desire of this session, an opportunity to ventilate our opinion, speak to our challenges, and be able to agree on the direction. And one major direction we have agreed to this afternoon is there is need for collaboration. If this collaboration is in place, it will give us the speed to get something started now, and in a very short while, it will take us to where we are going. I want to appreciate all of you on this side, the panelists. Dr. Monica, thank you so much for being here. Pharmacist Babashew, thank you so much for being here. The hosts, Pharmacist Okafor, we appreciate you. And then Pharmacist Ehime, thank you so much. And Pharmacist Aja, thank you so much. And to the entire audience, we want to appreciate you for this session. The attention has been very rapt, and we have done so much justice to the situation at hand. And we believe strongly when we are having the next edition, next year, the second conference of this particular group, we are going to be here to be sharing testimonies of good things the Lord has done. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Shina.
All right, so let's let the panel stand for a group photograph. Please, all PWDAN members, please be around after lunch for a group photograph. I will be making presentations to all panelists and all sponsors, please. The program is gone very well. We are at the tail end. We're at the end of the second. The vice chairman, please come and make presentations to all the panelists and all sponsors. After lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served, but let's just finish these presentations. PWDAN members, please, after lunch, a group photograph and okay, so first and foremost, we'll invite all right, so Dr. Monica 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, please.
On behalf of the PWDAN, we make this presentation to you for your contributions in the past and the present, and for what you are going to do for the association in furtherance of their objective. Congratulations.
Next, we'll invite Dr. N.A. Mohammed, represented by pharmacist Ibrahim Baba Shehu Ahmed.
On behalf of PWDAN, I want to appreciate the PCN, the organization that is working. We send them to the farm, but without tools. They are trying to enforce discipline in the profession, but there's no power backed by law that they are using. So we want to appreciate them, and we expect them to do more. We are hoping that with the signing into law of the pharmacy bill, their job will be made easier. However, we want to appreciate you for the great job you have done. Congratulations.
Next, we'll invite pharmacist Patrick Aja. Should be called the first pharmaceutical company in Nigeria. Yes. So on behalf of the PWDAN, we want to congratulate you for keeping the burner burning, for keeping the flag flying, and then for maintaining the pace. You appear to be the face of pharmacy in the country. And then we thank you for what you have done. And we thank you particularly for being a man of action. Let us start now. Let us speak one now, and let us start now and make a success out of it. Congratulations for being at the conference. Thank you. Next, I'll invite pharmacist Chris Ahimen to please speak his own.
On behalf of PWDAN, I want to congratulate you for your contributions. He has spoken the minds of all retail pharmacies. He wants to sit on his easy chair and get his stock and get his pharmacy stocked. And that is the hope and the joy of every retail pharmacist. Congratulations, and we wish you more contributions to the growth of PWDAN.
Our chairman, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor. Please, it's your turn, sir. Let's appreciate our chairman for a job well done.
Well, what can I say? I want to congratulate the chairman of PWDAN for his efforts. The chairman of PWDAN is a man that can constitute a one-man squad, and he has carried it out in his practice, and then he's leading the PWDAN in that direction. He's relentless in whatever cause he believes in. We hope that he will continue like that until we get there. Don't be tired. Keep trudging on. We shall get there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next, we would like to very quickly call all the sponsors, premium sponsors for today's program. Asceni Laborex, representative of Asceni Laborex, representative of 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals, representative of 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals, representatives of CHI, representatives of Philips and Pfizer. We are waiting, please. Representatives of these sponsor organizations, please come. Which come? Philips. Okay, Philips come. Philips Pharmaceuticals. Photographers, please. Okay. Okay. Which company? Pfizer. Representative of Pfizer. Okay. All right. Thank you. CHI. She. Asceni Laborex. Thank you, sir.
Asceni was our number one.
Okay, the number. Yes, number one sponsors. They responded fastest to the call from PWDAN, and we really appreciate Asceni's participation. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Last but by no means least, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group. Okay. All right. So 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞.
For making the Nigerian pharmacists proud. And I tell people that if we have 10 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞s, when the pharmacists come, the nation will develop food.
Very true, sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Pharmacist Barrister Mordi. Thank you very much for the job well done. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so lunch is served. Let's move table by table to the lunch. There are two lunch points, one on this side, one on the other side. Let's move to the lunch tables and then come back in. We are going to have our lunch in here. and then we'll make the few more presentations as the time goes on.
Okay. As we round up for lunch, we still have 2 more presentations to give. I will invite Mr. Shino Opanubi to come to the podium and receive this certificate from the chairman of PWDAN. You must agree with me that Shino has done a fantastic job this day. Congratulations to you, Shino.
Yeah, thank you. We are today doing something that is not done in our circle. Hello? Hello? I say we are today doing something that has not been done in our circle. It said that a prophet is not recognized in his town. Today we are giving certificate of appreciation to an 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 in recognition of your commitment to the development of pharmacy practice and as your role as a 𝐃𝐚𝐭 at this 2022 Annual National Convention of PWDAN. Accept our congratulations and appreciation. Thank you. We also have certificate of appreciation being presented to Pharmacist Abiodun Ajibade, FPSN. I call him the Ruben Abati of pharmacy. This is in recognition of your role as a moderator for the panel discussion on systems, the regulator and the regulated, held at the 2022 Annual National Conference of PWDAN. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings to an end this very, very successful conference. It would have been a big failure if you did not show up. Thank you for showing up, and we look forward to seeing you next year at the 2nd edition of the Annual Convention of PWDAN. Let's take our group photograph, but then let PWDAN members, what? Vote of thanks. Okay, Pharmacist Olaide, please come give the vote of thanks. But please note that there are 2 service points for lunch, one on my left and one straight ahead of me. So please, the one closest to you, let's go there while we take vote of thanks from Pharmacist Olaide Shweto.
Well, I'll say this is a setup. Shino, how do you give vote of thanks when you remove the lectern? Okay, so I'll just read from the floor. You have removed this. I removed this. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our people say that a stammering child will eventually call father. Whenever one wakes up is this morning. This association was inaugurated last year, and I can tell you that we have not gone to sleep since then. Today's program attests to this fact. There has been a series of activities behind the scene, and I can confidently tell you that we are gaining momentum and we eventually make that quantum leap. To the regulators, we enjoin you to consider what has been said and not exactly who is saying it. The entire citizenry, and indeed the whole world, look up to you to bring about the much-needed change in the sector. To other stakeholders in the healthcare sector, it is a common knowledge that the rain does not fall on only one roof. We all stand to benefit from a sanitized drug distribution system. Our session is willing to work with all relevant stakeholders to attain lofty heights for the health sector. On behalf of the NEC, Board of Trustees and membership of the Pharmaceutical, Wholesalers and Distribution Association of Nigeria, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has honored the invitation to attend today's program, whether in person or virtually. I express my sincere appreciation to Professor Lere Bale, the chairman of today's event, whose wealth of experience within and outside the pharmaceutical industry has given enormous support to our objectives in steering today's discussion. To our keynote address speaker, Dr. Solomon Aigbova, and panel discussants, we thank you for your honest opinions and contribution, which, if implemented, will drive an efficient supply chain for the benefit of all. I also extend our sincere gratitude to our foremost chief regulatory officers, whose efforts in steering reforms through the quality management approach are yielding excellent results. We are not only aware of the enormous responsibility of your offices, but hope that the open line of communication will continue to ensure a successful partnership in safeguarding the health of Nigerians. To our invited guests, including our virtual participants, your support and contributions yielded enormous success to this event. Thank you for honoring our invitation. To all our cherished sponsors, Ascene Laborex Limited, Pfizer Specialties, Enzo Pharmaceuticals Limited, Chief Farm Limited, and Philips Farm Limited. You gave us the financial backing to go ahead with today's event, and we are enormously grateful. Our gratitude also goes to members of the 4th Estate of the REM for the coverage of the event and excellent reportage. Once again, our appreciation to all that have come today, and we wish you a safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you.
𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals, we never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set a foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Our priority? Ensuring access to affordable medicines and healthcare for fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and every child. Keeping all our households smiling, ever radiant, never ending. Building on our strengths, we are expanding our capacities at our state-of-the-art manufacturing campus in Ṣàgámù, home to the oral solid dosage plant for the production of oral tablets and external ointments. The standalone cephalosporin plant and a misoprostol suite, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant, dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder, and the intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Positioned for construction, our groundbreaking active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facility is set to be the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with anti-malarials as our APIs of focus. Our commitment, addressing the leading causes of maternal and child mortality by local content optimization. Our Ṣàgámù campus is set to become an innovative powerhouse of manufacturing excellence. We believe when people feel better, they do better, and great things follow. This drives our relentless pushing of boundaries. Our ultimate goal, delivering products of the highest standards, affordable and available to all. Our vision, to be the leading healthcare company in Africa, providing world-class products and services, growing stronger with each milestone attained and every barrier broken. And now, our next step in our journey of spreading unlimited wellness, introducing our new range of 8 locally manufactured products. 𝐓𝐤𝐦𝐶 and zinc capsules, high strength, 2-in-1 immune support and antioxidant defense formulation, a premium combination of vitamin C 500 mg and zinc 50 mg. Zinc capsules, 50 mg of zinc formulated to support immune health, improve metabolism, and aid the digestive system. Pyramal tablets and suspension, a triple strength antimalarial, convenient once daily dosing, and a pleasantly flavored pediatric formulation. Motel Stop capsules, effective antidiarrheal for decreasing frequency of stooling. Fluconazole capsules, formidable antifungal to combat fungal or yeast infections such as candidiasis. Emzobrex and Emzoperoxicam capsules are 2 non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs to treat mild to moderate inflammatory pain. Para 1000 by 3s, a mini-strip variant of our innovative Para 1000 with enhanced release for rapid relief, comes in smaller size, easy-to-swallow caplets. The wellness of people inspires and energizes our burning passion, powering our undying commitment to making quality healthcare and unlimited wellness available to all. As a leader in the pharmaceutical industry, we consider it our responsibility to keep breaking new grounds in innovation, technology, research with global best practices. Our foundation, our people, our culture. Thank you for your unwavering trust for so many years. Be assured of our continued commitment to unlimited wellness. 𝐓𝐤𝐦𝐞. Feel better, do better.